So right now you're seeing the end result on the screen, but as I'm recording this, obviously I don't know what it looks like yet. So I'll record my process here start to finish and walk you through it. And mainly these projects just serve as a way to show you how quickly you can set things up when you're just prototyping stuff or doing some look development or just wanting to make some cool visuals. So with that said, let's actually jump in and get this started. I'm going to start with a cylinder here. Just going to bring down the number of vertices. Now let's flip it. There we go. And now I've done quite a number of VJ tunnels before, so I'm definitely pulling from some ideas that I've had before, but that's not really a huge issue or anything. It's just full transparency. But there we go. So I want to create kind of a twisty, cybery looking tunnel, I guess, as I'm going in. And obviously you've seen what this already looks like. And actually, before I add the array, let's go in and add this first. So hopefully, as I say this, it actually ends up being kind of what I hope it to be. So just push this up. And the idea is to make a circular array out of these. So to do that, we're going to grab an empty as well. And I'm going to call that control.30, and I'm going to call this mesh dot wire for now, and we can always change that up. So in this case, I want to turn this about 30 degrees on the y-axis, and then whenever we're going to use an array, and as you see, I pushed this up with the displace modifier before, and now instead of using constant offset, we're going to use the object offset. Now if we grab that, we get a radial array, and because it's 360 degrees and 30 degrees, we only need 12 of these. Now, one more thing I might add is I might add in a displace before the displace, or sorry, after the displace that pushes up, and these are interchangeable. I mean, you could put it before or after. Really, this one is just meant as a control to sort of thicken this stuff up. That way I can always go in and after the fact and try things out. So setting the mid-level to 0, we'll get negative values, we'll make it smaller, and positive values will make it larger. So let's actually thin these out a little bit. Now, one more thing I want to do is add an array. And because I know what I was doing earlier, I sort of created and made sure that this is only 1 unit long. That way, when I array this 1 unit, I know exactly that, everything will fit together. I'll make sure we merge the vertices. So basically all of these in between are merged together. Now I'm going to create 50 of these. And now I know I have a tunnel that's going to be about 50 units long. And that just makes looping this a lot easier because I can move through with my camera as well. So let's set that up first. And let's do maybe 10 seconds at 60 frames here. And let's bring up a timeline as well so we can see what we're doing. And I'm going to grab a camera as well and just set that up to animate it. So at the first frame, I'm going to insert a single keyframe at 0. And again, because I know this is 50 units long, after the last frame, so at frame 601, I'm going to set this to be at 50. And now if we run through it, we're not really seeing much happening yet, but we know at the end of our scene, the camera is going to sort of end up at the end here nicely, and it's going to look just fine. So with that done, let's add some more interest into this. And what I want to do is maybe spin this so we get like deform this, twist this rather than spin this. I'm going to twist this on the y-axis. Let's say we form this 360 degrees, so similar to what we did with the rope. But now as we're moving through, this is starting to look a little bit more compelling. Now I'm going to really tone down the focal length here, and that's just to give us more of a feeling of speed. And once again, in the camera settings, I'm going to turn up the passport 2 here, and that way we can only see what's going on in the render. So just by changing that up, and that's an important sort of distinction as well. If you look at this at 50 millimeters, it seems a lot slower than at 24. And all we really need to do is change the focal length on that. Now, one of the other things I am going to do is maybe add some displace into this. But first we're going to set up the looping. That way we can just keep working on things and we don't have to worry about setting up the looping later. So I'm going to create a collection called inst.loop. And this is because I'm going to instance this collection And I just like to call it a name that's easily easily repeatable, and that will automatically give it a following number. So with that, let's create a collection instance. Now this is in the same spot, so let's move it 50 on the y-axis, and nothing is in here yet. But if we pop the mesh in here, or I was already putting the wrong thing in there. There we go. So if we throw the wire mesh in here, you'll see if I reset this loop, whatever you throw in there, it doesn't matter if you move it around. As long as the loop itself is at position 0, 0, 0, it's gonna emulate the exact same position. So I want to move this up 50 units and do the same. Just duplicate it again, and I'm going to duplicate one more, and I'm going to bring that to the front, just in case we need something to reflect or fit perfectly. Now, generally, we can't even see that last one with our camera, but sometimes in Eevee, it's not really that much of an issue because we're dealing with a lot of screen space stuff. But sometimes with cycles, you might want to, in case you're using cycles, you might want to set it up this way. And it's merely a force of habit on my end. Now, one other thing I'm going to do as well is I'm going to create a collection called repetition. I'm going to throw all of my instances in there, and that way I can easily turn those on and off if I'm just looking at stuff and I want to create things. So let's see. So this is, if you're a James Bond fan, this is already looking pretty interesting, but obviously we want to do a little bit more with this. So let's add some geometry just by adding a subdivision surface modifier. And yeah, I think 2 subdivisions should be enough for now. Let's add a displace. And let's throw a texture in here just that gets pushed out. So again, I'm going to set the mid level to 0, so I'm only pushing out. That's kind of why I've added this first control in here, or the second control rather, to be able to control the base thickness, and then I know I'm only pushing out on this displace texture. So I give control over sort of the base thickness and the amount of pushing out on the other texture. So again, we might want to bring this up to, so this is quite extreme. We just want a little bit of extra movement, but that's looking pretty cool already. There we go. And let's add some extra movement in here as well. And for this, I'm going to grab another empty just to control this. Let's call this control.spin.place. Oh, fix that. There we go. And instead of using the frame driver, because I'm looping, I want to make sure I just animate this manually. So let's look at the direction here. Let's just see how that works. If I just spin it 360 degrees. And there's nothing happening yet because we still have to plug this into the place modifier. So let's do that as well. And let's grab our control.spin. Now as we move through, it's just spinning nicely, and in this case I'm going to set the frame the playback to frame dropping, and now we get more of a real-time idea of how fast we're moving through. So looking pretty interesting already. Might mess with the texture a little bit, bring down the contrast. There we go. Maybe not push this out quite as much. And maybe bring this in a little bit more as well. So now we've got something going on already. This loops perfectly, which is great. Let's turn on the repetition, go towards the end here just to double check. And yeah, the only thing we really see happening here at the end is that there's a jump because they're slightly more visible. We're going to hide that with some mist and maybe even some compositing. So that's fine. And the other thing you might notice as well is a little bit of stuff going on here. Again, that might not be super visible as we're nearing the end of the end of creating this, because we're going to put some stuff around it and put some stuff in it, and we'll see. Maybe it appears, maybe it doesn't. You can get away with a lot of stuff in a lot of cases. So rather than letting that hamper me, I tend to sort of sort stuff out first and then see how we go forward. So we can always fix that basically. Let's duplicate this wire and call this mesh light, because I sort of want lights running through these wires and maybe make them refractive. So just by duplicating this, I can throw out the displace. I don't necessarily need the subsurf because, again, this is going to be emissive, but I want to keep all the other stuff, and I really just want to bring down the size of these so they're like smaller strands. There we go. And I want to duplicate this actually again. So let's call this mesh.grid. And in this case, I want sort of a superstructure around these pulsating wires or cables or whatever you want to call them. And I want to base it on the same idea here. So again, let's push up the strength. Let's actually have this a little bit larger. There we go. And this time around, let's see. Because this is static, we can put stuff before the simple deform. Generally, if you're animating stuff, and the simple deform is after the animation, you might get some weirdness. And because I want to avoid that, I'm going to actually put in all the detail first and then leave the simple deform at the end. So let's again start with a subdivision surface. Let's really give us a lot to work with here. So let's turn off optimal display so we can see that's quite a lot of polygons, but that's fine. Again, we're going to use a displace. And we're just layering these elements. As you can see, there's no like special trick to it or anything. It's just more about having fun with some of these elements, making sure that I do this all before the simple deform. Actually, I've already messed up. I got to put simple deform at the bottom here. And I might just delete this for a second to make my life easier. I can always add it in again later if I need to. So let's add a new texture. And in the file that you'll be getting, I'll give all of these names so you can look through them and they're a little bit more clear, but just for the sake of brevity, I'm gonna move forward and just show you the sort of stream of consciousness as I'm creating this. So I like these patterns again with the cell noise. Like I said, I like these texture for like more technical stuff. Go, and we might add in a little bit more here. Let's focus on this element by itself. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remesh this. So this is going to start getting pretty slow, but we can always make a copy of this and just collapse it down. So I'm going to set this to blocks. I'm going to turn off remove disconnected pieces, and then I'm going to turn up the octree depth fairly high. And that took a second, but let's actually turn it up one more and give it a second here. There we go. And you can see now we've got a lot of really crazy geometry and other things. I could push it up one further maybe if I wanted to, but let's just save this first. So I actually attempted one before, but it didn't quite work out. So some behind the scenes for you. There we go. And let's see. Put this up one higher, and this could definitely take a long time. And it might really slow our scene down too much. But as you can see, we get a lot going on, so it's kind of a toss-up. Let's leave it at 9 just for the sake of it, and again, so it's not too slow. But again, you could crank all of this up and create a mesh out of it, which is what we're going to be doing as well. So again, with the planar decimate, because I just want to keep the edges here. So if I set this to planar, rather than switching to wireframe view, let's turn on the wireframes, and now you can see we're just left with these. And then throw a wireframe on top of here. And the only thing that's left is to actually grab that simple deform. And we could even add this before the wireframe if we wanted to. And again, this is quite slow because we're doing this on all these modifiers, and we could collapse this down in just a minute for a little bit more control. So on the y-axis, spin this 360 degrees. That's quite a bit of geometry, but it's still working pretty nicely. And again, because this isn't animated, we're still getting somewhat decent viewport performance. But just for the sake of it, I'm going to duplicate this. And again, we'll just have to wait. I'm going to turn off the original one for a second. And we're going to throw off the wireframe just because I want the base mesh. So all the other operations are fine. And let's convert this to a mesh. And with that done, let's actually create a little modeling collection up here as well. And I'll throw that grid in there so you can always mess with it after the fact. Then I can turn it off and call this mesh grid collapsed. And now it just because it's just a normal mesh, you'll see a lot of this stuff will become a lot faster again. So the wireframe is just a touch faster. Let's set this up. And I want relative thickness, so we get a little bit more variation in the thickness of the wires. And let's go out of local view. And now you can see we've already got a bit more of a compelling scene. So let's go in and start shading this and see what we can do. So first of all, actually, before I start shading this, I want to have some lights in here as well. And we're going to use one of the tricks that we talked about in the course, and that's again, or not again, it's the particle lights. So for this, I'm just going to create a very basic cylinder. Let's give it 16 sides. And I just want it to be roughly the size of the tunnel. So scale this up on X and Z. And this way we can control where the lights are just with this volume. And let's just scale them down a little bit. There we go. Add in a particle system. And again, set this up to where it starts at -1. And we've got a ludicrous lifetime. And in this case, maybe we only want 35 or so, or 25 or 50. We can always tweak that a little bit. And what else do we want to do? We want to make sure we don't render this, or at least not the emitter object. So let me bring this back down a little bit again. And we're going to set up our lights collection as well. So I'm just going to grab 2 lights. Let's call this light 1 and then duplicate it. And they're just 2-point lights. I don't know, I might mess with the colors, I'm not sure yet, but let's call these lights. Just throw those in that collection. And now if we go back to our cylinder, let's call this emit.lights as well. See what we're doing. And we can add this to the loop already because obviously we want this to propagate a few times. So let's just solo this. Let's have a look at the distribution of the particles. So I want to make sure these are in the volume. And make sure this is set to random, just so they're spread out a little bit, especially with a non sort of rectangular or sort of cube-like shapes. Sometimes you just have to mess with the distribution a little bit to make them look a little bit better. That looks nice. And what we want to do as well is we want to make sure that we have no physics. And that way there's no simulation going on. So if I play this, you'll see they'll just stay in place. And for the render settings, what we want to do is we want to use the lights collection. There we go. We can pick them at random. And now when we go in and we set this up, now you can see we've already got some lighting going on and we didn't have to do anything for it. We didn't have to manually put any lights anywhere. Now this is fairly slow, and the reason for this is most likely if we go to the mesh.wire, these subdivisions here. So I'm just going to turn them off in the viewport for now. And now we get slightly more responsive setup. And one of the other things I want to do as well is just turn off the shadows of these lights, because there's quite a number of them and we don't necessarily need the shadowing. We just kind of need the lighting, because I'm going to end up with a lot of reflective stuff in here. So let's tweak the lights first. Let's make the first one maybe sort of yellowish green. Again, I want it sort of like a matrixy cybernetic type of look. And then maybe let's contrast that with something like red. You can immediately see this already adds a lot of mood in without having to do too much work. And just by turning off the shadows, you can see the moment I turn these back on, it stays a lot faster, the render will be faster, and we'll get more of a real-time preview going on. So that's nice. All right, so let's start adding some shaders to this as well. So first of all, I want the wire mesh to be a, F3 rather. I want it to be sort of more of a glass shader, so let's throw that in there. Glass, where art thou? There you are. And again, we're going to have to turn on the screen space refraction in here. And just in case you haven't done that yet in your render settings, make sure that it's turned on under your screen space reflections rather. Make sure that refraction is turned on as well. And now we're getting a little bit of refraction. I can add some roughness in here, but I'm just going to turn the subsurf back on so we can look at our final result. Even though the animation is slow, at least we get an idea of shading. And I'm going to throw on the lights mesh, so that's the thinner sort of cable running through here. I'm going to throw out this principled, and I'm just going to add in an emission shader. Now, as we know from the other chapters, this won't actually light anything up, but it does refract rather quite nicely in the glass. And let's add a little bit more of movement to this so we don't just have this going on. And you can see there's some darkness here, and that's because the shape of the wire is changing and it's not always picking up the lights inside. Obviously, this is slightly different behavior than cycles, but that's okay. I want something, we're just working with the tools that we have and making sure this looks kind of cool. So let's make this green for sure. And let's see maybe if we turn down the red lights a little bit, get more of a green scene. And again, there's still some stuff we need to set up. We're not completely done yet, so have a look at our wire first, or sorry, the lights first rather. And what I want to do is I want to have just the texture move, like a texture move along them, so you get a bit more speed just from something moving within the light source as well. So where are we? Texture, grab a normal noise texture and use that for now. I'm going to set this to object again. Set up the factor. Let's go in and color ramp this so we get a bit more contrast. And now we can see we're trying to get a bit more contrast in here. And what we could do is we could either set it up as a mix shader, or we could just throw in the green here. There we go. And now we've got our shader set up. Bring this in a little bit more, and let's just bring the scale all the way down so we have a bit of variation in here. There we go, maybe something like this. Now what I want to do is actually animate this along a certain axis. So it's going to be the y-axis in our case. And it's not the scale, but it's just the animation. So I want to animate this coming towards us. So looking at it here, we're going to need to add a value from 0 upwards. Now let's set that up first. But before we do, obviously, we need to make this loop. And if we just animate this, it's not going to work. So let's duplicate this setup. By hitting Control-Shift-D, we're actually going to keep the connection here between the mapping node and the object node. And all I'm going to do is just set up a mix. And let's set up our animation here. So the first one, I want to animate this going from 0 to at the very end and +1, 25. That basically means that we're going to get we're just going to get movement on the y-axis. And again, let's just turn down turn off the subsurf for now. You can kind of see it happening. Now you can see the movement in the displaces is causing some movement as well, and same with the movement in the let's actually solo the lights. Go. Let's see them in action, and now you can kind of see what's going on a little bit better. So maybe I want this to be even faster. So at the very edge here, and let's bring up my timeline so you can see what I'm doing. Well, so at frame 601, set this to 50. Now as we're moving through, you'll see there's a bit more happening in the lights, and we might want to bring up the contrast a little bit just so it breaks up ever so slightly. That looks kind of interesting. The only issue is if we turn on the repetition, well, obviously we're going to see everything, but this is actually not going to repeat properly. So what we need to do now that we've figured out our animation here, we set this first one to -50, and then set this to 0 at frame 601. Now we can just mix these two together and it'll be fine. So we can just animate the factor of the mix. When we do that, let's start at 0 and end at 1. And let me just turn off, let's go out of local view. Let me just turn off real quick the other objects. So just see the wire, so you can see it in action. Now you can see as we move towards the end of the scene here, this is going to loop perfectly. The only thing that you're seeing is just the Eevee recalculating something, but the animation itself actually loops perfectly because we've kind of mixed it together and it looks pretty cool. And it's just really to get some variation. And if I turn the mix off, you'll see exactly what I mean. Now you'll see it jump, and turning it back on solve that issue. So let's get back. And actually, let's turn off the grid and the lights for now. And now we can see what's going on a little bit better. Now we get a really funky result. And unfortunately, we'll have to turn up the subsurf again to see the final result. Let's see if I can set this down to 1 so we get a good sort of in between. No, this is just slow due to its nature. Fine. And you get a little bit of this like fringing because it's trying to calculate the refraction, but I don't mind that. It actually looks kind of interesting. So I'm just going to leave that in and use it rather than be bothered by it. But here you can see it a bit low res, but at least you kind of know what's going on. And that looks pretty cool. And again, it just adds to everything. So turn on all the other elements. Yep. Now we can look at the full screen, or full scene rather. Look at it full screen, just to get an idea of what's going on. It's always good to run through it and get a feel for what the tunnel is doing. So a couple things I want to do is just add in a little bit more, I don't know, there's a lot going on. So let's play with the shader of the grid and see what we can do with that. Bring this up ever so slightly. And you can see I'm not even using that many shaders in a lot of these objects. I like to just play around with them first. So if I set this to metallic, immediately we're going to get a really sort of interesting result. Now let's actually shade this smooth. Now, in general, you might not want to do this because you get kind of weird normals, but we're moving through an abstract tunnel with lights flowing through it. So I think we can get away with some weird shading here and there. And especially for some of the stuff, if you turn on motion blur as it gets closer, it still looks just fine. So, and it gives us, if we shade this flat, if you want to look at the difference, now you just get the sort of the hard edges. And as we shade this smooth, you just get a little bit more smoothing, and the wires of the grid, I guess, look just like they've got a little bit more geometry than they might really have. And that just helps sell the effect. So this could be, I don't know, some crazy visualization for like cable or whatever, data or something else. So one of the things I want to do as well is add in some volume just to see how that pans out. Let's set up a principled volume, add that in, and we're going to bring down the density quite a bit. Maybe something like that. And we can see the lights as well, which I want to fix. And to do that, we're going to go into the volumetrics tab. Not only are we going to clamp it a little bit, now we can turn up the density and we can still see the lights and we still get like a bit more of a moody image. But what I could do as well is just set the start a little bit further. And now we get a nice sort of clean image here, and the volumetrics just start ever so slightly further. Again, we could maybe even get away with doing this at 8 pixels, and now it's even more real time still. Let's turn up the color. There we go, and now we get sort of a more mysterious end here. And again, we might set up something else at the end to sell the effect a little bit more. That's starting to look pretty cool already. Enough variation in here. Let's see what happens when we turn the camera. It might be utterly vomit-inducing, but you never know. So I'm going to turn this. See what happens. Do we want to turn it this way or that way? I think that way feels a bit more natural, so let's do that. Let's insert a single keyframe, and again use 360 degrees just so everything loops together. Now we get quite a compelling animation, and we haven't really been working on it that long. Granted, I kind of knew what I wanted to do, but for some of this stuff, for initial setup, it's already looking pretty awesome. So go back to the wire grid here, and maybe I want to add one extra light into the mix and have that be green, just to accent the green in the scene every now and then. And as we add it in, we just get more variation in the lighting. Well, there you go. Now we go from green to sort of more neutral white, green, yellowish to some red here and there. And if we really wanted to offset this, what we could do is if we wanted to have slightly more red light compared to the other ones, we could always go to the emitter here. And maybe let's do 40 lights instead of 35. And what we want to do is use count. And now I know my green light is the last one. The red light is the middle one. So if I set this to 2, we can have slightly more red lights than the green and the whitish yellow. Now that gives us a good mix of colors as we're moving through. You can see this is, sure, it's quite a lot. It's a bit of an assault on the senses, but it looks very interesting nonetheless. And what we're doing is just experimenting and having fun. Again, let's go to the wire and see if we can tweak that a little bit. What happens? No, not the wire, sorry, the grid. The grid, there we are. What happens when we tweak the roughness? We get more contrast, or we bring it down a little bit. And at times it can be hard to see, so do something like this. We could even go in and mask parts of it, but I kind of like the look that it's giving us. It's it looks very complex, and then especially with the other stuff running through it, we get a very sort of full, interesting image going on. So too little roughness just kind of removes the definition, and maybe bringing it up kind of helps, because now it'll still react to the scene, but now we get a bit more definition in the wires themselves. There we go. So let's see, what else can we do? Tweak the world a little bit. Maybe a bit more density. And the lights will sort of fade out as they come closer, but that's not too much of an issue. This looks pretty cool. I might just add in some static particles for extra speed. And before I do that, you can actually see something interesting happening here. So as we go from the first frame to the second frame, and let me put this a little bit larger. If we look at the edges of the screen especially, this is frame 1 and this is frame 2, you can see our motion blur isn't actually active. That's down to the fact that our camera isn't actually turning on frame 0. So the quickest way to fix that, and we've done this before, so let's hit home here, is just to use keyframe modifiers. And on just a linear animation like this, what we're going to get if we set the cycles to repeat with offset on each thing here, it's just going to move and both move and twist indefinitely at the same rate of speed. Let's copy that over and let's paste it to the rotation. And now you can see when I'm at frame 1, we actually already get some motion blur. So that might be something that you notice in one frame, and that happens at the last frame as well. And sometimes you might get like a weird glitch at the end of your loop if you don't set that up. Yeah, looks quite nice. Mess with the contrast just a touch. I like that slightly higher contrast, but we'll see. We can always go in and tweak it again. Maybe there's just a little bit too many lights. So let's set this to 30, because I like some of the darker parts as well. We can just hit the seed button to get different variations on our lighting. And I was just going to randomly place them in different places. So this is already looking a bit more dynamic because we're getting a lot more of that red, and then we get some darker parts. Oh yeah, I think I like this one a little bit better. There we go. So one more thing I wanted to add is, let's add a second particle system in here. And let's call this first one lighting. Go, and let's call this second one particle. And really all we want is just something to move along. So call this one lighting. Just something else to give us an idea of speed. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. again, it's just a case of trying it out. So let's set this up in a similar fashion. So -1, -1, and we could have copied over the particle settings from the lights, but I'm just going to set it up from scratch again. We do want 1000 for these, and again, we want random distribution in the volume. So now we'll just have a bunch of random particles, and we got to make sure that rather than velocity, we need to set our physics to none so that they're static. Now we'll be moving through them. So I can already see this might be a little bit problematic as we've got some particles kind of moving through the camera. So let's fix that first. And I'm just going to make a duplicate of that object. And I'm going to throw out the lighting particles, and on the lights I'm going to throw out the particles. Great naming scheme, but all these particles. And again, because we're moving the camera, we don't necessarily need to add in any movement to these. You could if you wanted to. Other things I've done is, and actually we could do that depending on how well it works, how well the effect is. You could have two of these and put them next to one another and just animate them moving down. And that way you actually get a loop as well. But I think for this case, just static particles will be fine. So what am I doing? Yeah, we want a particle object. Grab that, hit the cube, and hit it smooth. And again, use a cast modifier. And sure, I could have used maybe 1 rather than 10. Just could have used a UV sphere, a round cube, or something like that. But this lets me interactively change the number of polygons, and especially for particles, there's a lot of performance to be gained from just bringing this down. Eevee is quite sensitive to geometry in particles, I've noticed, so it's just something to keep in mind. I'm going to scale that down to 0.5. So now this particle is roughly about 1 unit in size or in diameter. So I know whatever size I'm going to set up in the particle system will actually correspond to that. And create an extra one here. Call this particles. We'll put this under modeling, and we could turn off the light system here as well. And where's our particle? Put it in there, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. All right, so now this is set up. Let's call this particle dot, because it's just a little dot. And what we want to do before we actually throw these in here, we kind of want to create a little bit of a tunnel for the particles so that there's none intersecting with the camera. And we can just do that by using a solidify modifier. And in this case, I'm actually going to delete the first or the top and bottom faces here of the cylinder. And now as we get a solidify on here, we push this in, we can create a better volume for the particles. So we want to make sure that we're using the modifier stack. And now, as you can see, we move through and just turn off this particle. Now we get particles really close to the camera, but not actually any single one of them clipping through. So that's great. So yeah, with that set up, all that's left to do is render these. And as a collection, we can always add in more particles if we want to. So now we've got some extra stuff. Go out of local mode here, and let's just see what that looks like when they're rendered. And we can give them a little bit of a better texture as well, or better material rather. Go into the particles, set this up. Maybe we want to do an emission shader. Add a little bit of brightness in here. It could be red or green to add to the idea. Add in just another subdivision to become a little bit rounder, and let's tweak them in the particle settings as well. Or maybe 0.01 or 0.02. Have a little bit of randomness on there as well. And it's just a case of adding another slight visual element in here that gives us a little bit more. Now the reason this is happening is because we don't have the particle collection turned off. There we go, and now that main particle is invisible in the report, and we won't be flying through it. And the reason I've set this up with a collection as well is that now we've got this one called green. Now if I want to add in a red one and maybe a white one as well, I can just duplicate these, duplicate them twice, call this one red and this one white. There we go. And all I need to do is just change the material. So this is the red one. And the reason I'm not doing this with the object info node and setting it to random shading is because when you're trying to loop this stuff, you want to be able to use predictive or predictable results. And the issue with the, let's turn on the saturation there. And the main issue with using the object info node is if you have a particle system that's duplicated somehow, it's going to recalculate those with a different random seed. So you might get slightly different colors and it might jump as the loop jumps. Now you can see we've got red, green, and red particles. Let's turn this back off, go back to the particles, and again, they're in there. So grab this collection again, that updates, there we go. And now we could use the count again. And let's say I just want slightly more of the green ones. Maybe add in just a few more. There we go. I know we've got just a few more visual elements going on in the loop itself. And with some motion blur, they end up looking pretty nice. So I'm going to tweak one or two more things. And really what I want to do is just tweak the brightness of some of these. So I really like the green ones to be a bit brighter. And the other ones are all right. Maybe the red ones could be a tad brighter and a bit less saturated as well. There we go. And that's, I like that. That's a pretty cool loop. So let's see. I think it might even be time to start compositing. So let's turn off the particles here. We've got everything set up the way we need to. And just make sure there's nothing, if we switch between the two last frames, there's nothing extra going on. So yeah, let's start compositing. Let's render a frame that has a bit of variation in it when it comes to color so we can get an idea of the end result. We might re-render this a couple of times at different spots just to get a feel for the compositing. So let's see, this is taking 6 seconds. So what could be the issue? So let's turn down the samples and let's just very quickly make sure that it's just the subsurf that's causing us issues. And if that's the case, then I'm just going to leave it at 6 seconds. It's fine. This has toned it down to 2 seconds. And I also toned down the settings. So see what happens when I turn this back on. Okay, we're still at 4 seconds. So it really was just the settings, the sample settings rather. That's looking pretty cool. I like that. Full screen, it looks even better. So let's turn this down in the viewport. Have a quick look at our animation just to double check. Seems like everything's running smoothly and that it looks all right. So yeah, all right. Let's comp this. There we go. And I will render that frame again. Oh, and before I do, actually, I want to use a mist pass to kind of brighten up the end here. And I might just tweak this to start at 10. We just get a little bit more going on in the tunnel, and we can see a bit more of it down there. And let's make sure we've got a mist. So the mist is already turned on. I'm just going to turn everything off and tweak the mist as well. So let's see, world settings. There we go. Sorry. This sets from 0 to 50. So we know our loop is 50 long. Actually, let's use those to start with, and this is set to linear as well, and that way we can recurve it easy in the compositor. So let's render a frame again, just so we know the mist pass is calculated. There we go. And now let's switch this over to our compositor view. And again, this is an optional step that you could do in a separate application. You could bring all of these passes out as we discussed in one of the other videos. So I'm going to throw in a color ramp here and throw in the mist. Now let's plug this in to see what this looks like. And we'll have to go to the rendered view here. So plug this back in. You can see there's a lot of white going on here. And basically what's happening is that outside of the grid and the cables here, there's really nothing else in our scene. So if we want to composite this mist in and have it sort of follow the depth of the tunnel, we're going to have to create sort of a dummy piece of geometry that helps us by limiting where the mist can see, because we're just seeing the infinite background now. So we're just going to have to encapsulate the tunnel itself, and this is very easily done again with a cylinder. Let's turn this 50 degrees, move this up, grab the final polygon there, and let's set this to 50. Again, I'll just isolate this real quick, delete the faces, and now if we go back in, we can just scale this up and make sure that it encompasses everything in the scene. So now we know everything's in here. And we could even add some subdivisions just to have it a little bit smoother, but in general, that shouldn't even matter. So I'm just going to take them off. And what I'm going to do is, if we look at the normals right now, and that's quite important, make sure that we flip the normals so that they're pointing inwards. Yep. Not that it's going to make that huge a difference. It'll still render fine for the most part, but mainly I want to give this just a matte black material. Or if we look at it, maybe we could even use it for artistic purposes. So let's turn off the face orientation here. Let's see what happens if we set this to metallic and let it reflect a little bit. Now this is reflecting stuff in our scene. Let's see if we turn this off. It really does bring even more effect into it. So let's actually see if we can do something artistic with it. So before, what I was going to do is just give it a matte black material, and that would just solve our mist problem. So if you look at it right now, and I'll show you real quick, even with a matte black material, if you see the mist now, you can see it sort of has a limit, so it nicely falls off towards the middle of the image and towards the end of the tunnel. And that's kind of what we'd be using it for. But now that we've got this set up, you know, we might just add in a little bit more to it just to give it something extra. Let's reset our view here so we can doing. I'm just going to look at the cylinder itself. Now, I know my cylinder is at the edges of my other meshes, so I want to be pushing inward in this case. So let's add that subdivision surface. And what we might want to do is just bring in a whole bunch of subdivisions. So let's set this to 49 because we're dealing with 50 meters. We've got about the same amount of subdivisions, or same amount of polygons as meters. So each polygon is about 1 meter long. And now we've just added in whole bunch of extra geometry, and what we can do is add in a little bit in the displace. And I'm going to look at this while I'm looking at my rendered view here, because this is a metallic shader. We can kind of see the effect, and I can always go back in. So I want to set the mid-level to 1 because I want to push outward because the normals are facing inward. Grab a new texture. Let's actually grab that cell noise. That would be pretty awesome. And let's look at the geometry from the outside just to get the size sort of right. So now we get more interesting looking tunnel. And now we've just got a little bit more interaction here. So as we bring the roughness up, let me just turn off the grid for a second so you can see what's going on. Now you can see this is reflecting our scene and just giving us even more to work with. So even turning off the grid could be interesting. And that's, like I said, you know, I've said this before in some of these techniques. So let's call this mesh. So all, let's throw it in our loop so it propagates throughout the entire scene. And even this could look really cool. And again, I just like creating all these different elements and turning them on and off to see what's going on. But I think I want this in the final image because I like this really full, kind of over the top feeling concept here. We can always have a look at our grid again, maybe tone down the size. So this will bring more of our wall into view, but we'll make everything a lot brighter. Or if we bring it up, we'll have more of that grid and we'll be seeing less of those wires. So somewhere in between. I think what we had was okay. Let's try it a little bit thicker than what we had. Yeah, I really do like that grid feeling, but go back. There we go. And thank you for telling me my battery is charged. All right, so compositing, render a frame again. And now we're still just getting the mist because that's how we set it up. But now we can switch over to compositing. I'm going to turn off the timeline here and just bring this in a little bit so we've got slightly more space to work with as we're looking at the final result here. So there we go. So now I want to mix in this mist. I'm going to set it to add because I want to add it into my scene. And now for this, what I'm going to do is set this to B-spline rather than linear. So we've got a bit of a softer fall off we can work with. And again, what we want to do is we want to create mist that kind of feels correct for the scene. And let's try a different frame. So I'm just holding down the right arrow, just go to a different frame. Let's try one with a little bit more red in it. Contrast here. Make sure that it doesn't look too overpowering. It looks all right. You could add it into to the very end there to hide some of that stuff. All right, so let's actually go in here for a second and mess with the curves just to see if we can get a little bit more out of it. And the nice thing about these curves is as we're messing with them, you can actually see the result in the viewport as well. So get a better idea of what's going on. So maybe not too much green. Happens if we add in blue, get a little bit less. That's all right. The red to be sort of subtle, like that blue. Pushing it out towards blue a little bit more. And again, I'm using these curves because I know I'm gonna render my end result because I'm doing the compositing in Blender. If you're gonna do the compositing afterwards and you save it to something like an EXR, these curves won't apply. So that's just something to keep in mind. Let's just run through the full animation again. Get an idea of what's going on. And it's a little bit smeary, so we could try turning off viewport denoising, but now it's just going to be very jittery and noisy, so we don't really get the best idea. Turn it back on. And I think this is going to look pretty decent. So, bring in some more contrast. Oh, it looks all right. Maybe tweak that wall just a touch. I can see there's a lot of reflection going on here on the wall, so what I might want to do is just to increase the contrast again. Go back in, bring down the roughness, or in our case, bring down the base color, and this will darken those reflections. So they're still there, but they're not quite as visible. And now it's a bit less of an overload visually. Still a lot, don't get me wrong, but it just looks that tiny bit better. There we go. So can we have a little bit more red light? That help? Oh, second one was red, I believe, or was it the first one? Have a look at these lights real quick. Yeah, second one was red. Go back in, make sure to turn them off. Oh, there we are. Again, it's just a case of trying it out here. Try a different seed. I think you can already see if you need like variations of this, how quickly you could move. And let's just bring down the red count. That. Yeah, this one looks like it's got a pretty good distribution color in it. All right, so let's do a final pass here. Go back to our compositor. I don't know if I need to add much in. Might just add in a little bit of a vignette. Now, one of the things you could do to make this look even brighter is to use overbright values in the compositor. This is more of a hack than anything else, but it just gives it a little bit more, and we'll have to readjust this, but it gives that end, it just looks a little bit brighter. So there we go. And technically this is not a very good color workflow, but again, if you're on a tight time budget, this might just help bring it in. And let's add in, let's see, grab the ellipse mask again, because we're going to add in a bit of a vignette. Mix it in. And we want it to be full height and most of the width. Again, if we set this to multiply, we can see what's going on. Let's blur this out as well. There we go. Let's see if this really does add to the effect or not. This brings it in a little bit tighter, which helps. Tone it down just a little bit. I feel like overall, bring it in, make it a little bit brighter. Try a different frame just to make sure. Bring in the timeline here again. See what happens when we do it with this frame. Let's actually look at it somewhat full screen. Yeah, this is looking pretty cool. I'm fairly happy with this. I don't even know if the mist is necessarily helping. There's a little bit of pop in and pop out of the lights. You can see them sort of coming in and disappearing a little bit. So that might cause some issues. But again, this is a bit more of a darker scene. I think we might even be overdoing it a little bit on the mist. Yeah. It adds to it, but it's a little bit overpowering. So again, let's tweak that. Bring it in. And what we could do is maybe even set it to be a bit further away, because we know we've got three more copies. So we've got 150 in length because we added those extra collection instances at the end. So let's set this at maybe 125 and see what that does. So now we need to tweak the curve on this a little bit again, but the fall off will be slightly better. There we go. This seems to add more to it than it really overpowers. So I like that just better because it doesn't really mess with the overall image too much. Bring this to a different color. We could even make this red if we wanted to, just to contrast. See what this looks like when we've got more colors again. Yeah, that could work. Not 100% convinced, but yellowish green tends to work as well. So let's just stick with that for now. There we go. That seems to blend in quite nice. Always bring down the value to something normal again. Bring in this. There we go. A little less overpowering. There we go. And we've basically made a VJ tunnel. Again, I don't know how long I've been recording, but it shouldn't have been all that long to set up an entire scene. Maybe add in just one more thing, or one or two more things. So bring in some glare. Let's see what happens if we add on top of the bloom that we've already rendered in. Add a little bit of glow. Go. Set this to add. And we want to make sure, not the threshold, but the mix is set to 1. And let's up the size just a little bit. So now our green is glowing even further, and that looks pretty. So especially on the darker scenes, I think this might help. Yeah, that glow is really a bit much, but it's still always go in and just tweak it a little bit. So Again, if you've got two screens, you can always have this on a second screen, which makes your life a little bit easier. Adds to it. Maybe I want to mess with the lights here a little bit. Have a look at the shader again. What happens if we up the strength? It's a bit more overpowering. Let's look at that in the view here. Now they look like they're a bit more lit up. And we probably don't even need that glare in the compositor. That's definitely overdoing it. Bring that down a little bit again. So it was at 1, which is a little bit dark. This is just a bit better. Again, because these are all reflective shaders, it looks like lighting, but it technically isn't. It's technically reflection. Here we go. Let's render this again, and we might need to fix the glare because it's going to be a little bit more crazy. Yep. Let's grab it on a scene where there's a lot of light going on, and that's the best way to get it. Oh, it's not too bad. So that looks pretty cool. Okay, I think I might leave it at that. And there's actually one last thing I forgot to mention. I forgot to fix. And yeah, just obviously as I saw it rendered, there was one sort of last step that I'd forgotten. So let's fix that and then actually move on to the next section. So yeah, unfortunately I can't do a live sort of render and wait for it. But as I was looking at it, one last thing we might want to do is, in the case of the wall, let's look at it separately here for a second. This doesn't actually fit together nicely at the end. So one of the things you could do is just grab, and I'll duplicate this just so you can see the difference. And let's leave the original one in the modeling here. Let's call this one mirrored. So have a look here. And really, I just want to grab the first half of this. So I'm going to make sure I'm in see-through mode here so I can select through everything. And that extra half, I'm just going to drop. So let's delete that. And again, if we want to do this completely modular, what we could do is first push it back, and you'll see why in just a second. So let's set this to -25. And again, you could just use this, do this using a controller, but I want to show it this way just to show you how that could work. And then let's mirror this. Are we mirrored? There we go. And let's mirror it on the y-axis. And now, because this is mirrored, this is going to fit together perfectly on both ends. So what we could do is just copy this place that we just added in. Set this to 25, and now we've got a perfectly mirrored copy. So if we go back to our rendered view here, now you'll see that this will actually work properly, and I just want to show you the difference here. So go back into modeling, and I grab this original wall, and I just solo it here. Go. Yeah, and actually we won't see it, unfortunately. Let me turn off everything else real quick. And wire. So now you can see as we get closer to the end, I will have a split here, and anything that's sort of open where we can see the background means we'll have like a bright spot in our mist. So really that's the only thing I'm doing, is just setting it up to where this is mirrored perfectly and there's no issues with it. That's it. That's really the only difference. So put that back into modeling, and let's turn everything else back on. And again, it's just one of those things that you might notice after you've rendered it, but at least now you know how to fix it. And now it is actually time to move on to the next video. So, all right, see you in the next one. Okay, so for this example, let's create something like a background element. So I'm going to first set up my scene here and make sure I'm set at 60 FPS. I set this to 600, but really we can make this as long or as short as we want. In this case, I'm not actually going to loop it. I'm just going to talk a little bit about maybe a technique that could be interesting for all kinds of things. So let's first create a plane, and let's size this up about 5 times. And now what I want to do is I just want to make this a little bit wider as well. So let's see. maybe something like this. Something that I know will be easily divisible into squares, because that's actually quite important. So let's subdivide this a number of times, maybe 2 or 3 times, something like this. And now what I want to do is I want to do a little bit of basic modeling first, but then we're going to use some procedural techniques to add some cool animation into this. And this ties into some of the stuff that we'd seen before, but we're going to use it in a slightly different way and see how we can manipulate it. And you'll see what I mean in just a minute. So I'm going to go into edge mode and just split all these edges. And that's a good reason for this. Now what I'm going to do is go into select random. And rather than using edges, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use faces. So let's select a random number of faces. And let's really bring this down a little bit. Maybe something like this. Actually, we might want to bring it up. There we go. And we'll subdivide these. Now we're going to select everything and edge split it again. So go back to edges, edge split all of them. And now go back to faces and select a number of random faces. And we just want some general randomness in these shapes. So if we subdivide these again, select everything and split the edges. There we go. And again, deselect everything, select random. Subdivide it once more. Maybe we can do it one more time. There we go. Make sure that we split all the edges. Deselect all of them, make sure we're in edge mode, and then select random again. So there we go. We've got sort of the last of those few larger blocks. Maybe they are a bit on the large side. We could leave one more in there. There we go. And now we got to make sure to select everything one last time and edge split them all. Now that we have something that we can actually use, maybe let's make this a little bit bigger. So I'm going to select the top half here. Actually, let's select the bottom half. Duplicate it up on the y-axis. And it looks like I didn't get everything there. So reselect these. Duplicate these up. And just bring this down until it's about in the middle. I think that would be about it. There we go. And I know I'm going to put my camera view up like this, roughly like this. So I want to have enough geometry there to actually fill up the view nicely and have a fair bit of details in there. So with that done, there's a little bit of repetition here. We could flip this over if we really wanted to, but in general, we're not really going to see this. I doubt it's going to be an issue if we put our camera up like this somewhere. So no big deal. If we really wanted to, we could grab 2 of these, subdivide them, and maybe grab 1 or 2 of these, subdivide them again. So the biggest sort of blocks here where we could see that repetition is gone. Make sure to edge split these again. There we go. So now when we're in top view, I'm going to open up my UV editor here. I'm going to select everything and I'm just going to project it from view. Now we've got all of these together. We're just going to scale them up so we're using all of our UV space. And as we did in one of the previous videos, if we now set this to individual origins, we can scale these down to 0. And now each one of these will have their own origin point in this UV. So let's just call this point UV, or rather, let's call this our animation because that's the one we want to use for animation. Now to set this up correctly, we're going to use the vertex weight edit once again and set this up like we've done a few times already. So make sure we have an empty group. Let's call this animation. And let's call this animation as well. And rather than using texture coordinates, we're going to use the UV coordinate. So we actually displace this, we can kind of see what's going on. And this is just a start. If we set this up and make sure we're using that animation vertex group, now we're getting the full polygon being displaced up. And while the displace works fine, I actually want to use a different technique for this, and we're going to use solidify in this case. just to mix it up a little bit. And let's push this out and make sure we're actually pushing up a fair bit. So it seems like this would be quite useful for like a motion graphics background where you just need some background detail and it's moving along. Now that we've set this to UV, we can't actually use an object to control it like we normally do. And well, we can and we can't. So this is a bit of a misdirect, to be completely honest with you, but we can still use an object to affect these UVs. And this is something we didn't really look at in one of the other videos yet. So it's good to bring this up here. We've got a UV warp modifier, and that's exactly what we're gonna use. So if I bring this all the way up, what we can do is basically tell Blender, okay, I want to warp these UVs from our plane. So using our base coordinates, I'm going to call this mesh dot cubes. And in the empty, I'm going to call this control.uv. So we know this is controlling our UV coordinates. I'm going to move it over to our UV. And because these are in the same place, nothing happens. But if we start moving this over, you can actually see it's going to warp those UVs over. So that's quite nice. And you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. So let's choose, actually let's animate this first. So I'm just gonna animate it up, maybe up or down, kind of figure something out. Maybe in the y-axis is fine. So type in #frame. And this is quite fast. So if we just turn this down a little bit, this is still pretty fast, but yeah, we can mess with the size of the texture and everything to get this to look a little bit better. But this is already sort of an interesting background. And again, it's pretty quick, but let's throw a camera on here. Maybe set this up, have a little bit more of a flatter look. And you can kind of see the reason why I set this up the way I did before. So we have enough sort of real estate to fill up the camera view with. And let's go to viewport display, up to passport 2. Now we've got a somewhat more interesting scene. Now let's go back to our plane here and actually play with this texture, because now that we've got everything set up, we can just look at it while it's animating, and I get instant feedback. I'm just going to go through some of these textures, and maybe for this case, let's try something else. Let's try this wood texture, for example. This is kind of cool because this is a wavy texture. We get the bands in here, and let's actually grab band noise and set this back to the original. And now we get waviness, but that's sort of broken up a little bit. Now, if I make this a little bit bigger, we'll actually be able to see that waviness. There we go. And this could be a fairly interesting, depending on how much turbulence I throw in here. This is a fairly interesting background we can use for all kinds of things. So we just automated this, made it quite quick, and we've already got something that's useful that we could start lighting and start playing around with. Now, still a little bit quick, so I might just turn up the size a touch. There we go. And maybe if the size is okay, rather than turning that up, we can just slow down the UV a little bit. So let's divide it maybe by 400. There we go, and this is sort of a slower background you could use for all kinds of things. And because we get all that different detail, because we added in all those different levels, it looks quite compelling and quite interesting. I'm gonna bring that size up ever so slightly. There we go, maybe up the turbulence a little bit. And it's really just a case of looking for something that works and that looks all right. And I quite like this already. Cool, so with that done, let's actually move into shading this and lighting this. And again, I want to keep this one fairly simple and quick. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Set this to rendered, go to our camera view, and let's actually look through the camera view up here and have a second screen down here so we can move our lights around interactively. So I generally like having light sources sort of coming from the back, but depending on what we do with the scene ultimately, we'll be able to tweak it as we go along. Let's see. And maybe let's start adding a shader to this real quick as well. And I know I want to use a metallic shader for this because I don't know what it is with Eevee, but I tend to go over to metallic shaders quite quickly because I like the way they look and I like the way they interact with the environment. And while we know they're screen space and they're not perfect, one of the things we can do here to add in just a little bit of detail is add in a bevel. Now, as you might see, when I added in at the start, let me just bring this up a little bit so we've got a bit more space to play with. There we go. You can see there's not really a lot of beveling going on, and the reason for that is that the bevel is trying to, I guess, bevel. It's never going to go past the smallest sort of edge length that the mesh has, and because we actually have some black in our texture here, the solidify at times is just almost two completely flat polygons. So what we want to do is actually give the solidify a factor, and you'll see immediately the bevel starts working as well. As we bring this factor up, it's sort of like adding or turning down the contrast in the texture, but we're doing it at a modifier level. So now if I just turn off the bevel, it's still working just fine. It's just the smallest polygon will actually have a certain edge length because we're bringing in the factor. So the thickness is 1.5 at maximum. 0.2 of that is roughly, what is it, 0.2 something, 2.5, something like that. So even anything that's black in the texture that's in the vertex weight edit will actually give us a little bit of thickness, which allow us to use the bevel. Now you could turn off clamp overlap like we did with the organic pattern, but in this case I want to make sure there's no weirdness going on, because in animation you can definitely see that happening. Let's add a few segments in, and this becomes a little bit slow, but what we want to do with the bevel is we want to harden the normals and set it to smooth, and then for this to work it'll give you a little error down here. We need to turn on auto smooth normals, and you'll immediately see that now we get a way nicer result, and sort of the flat parts of the normals stay flat, and the other parts stay a little bit more they stay a little bit more separated, and it just looks a little bit better. Now this bevel is a little bit over the top, so let's bring this down 0.1, maybe just a little bit more. And here you can immediately see the effect of the bevel as well. So if I just bring this one down now and change this up a little bit, if we turn the bevel off, this is what we get. And by just beveling these edges, sure, it's a little bit slower because it needs to calculate. And if we play this now, it's going to be incredibly slow. So we'll turn it off whenever we want to check the animation. You can see there's already a lot more going on in the scene just by adding a bevel to these edges. And the more we increase it, the more sort of variation and things we'll get, but I don't want to overdo it for this one. Maybe there's somewhere in between here that looks quite nice. There we go. Now we can bring this back up and start shading this a little bit further. So let's go back in here and let's grab our object here. So now, because this is a metal shader, we've got a lot going on, and actually let's add something into our environment first. So I want to use these slightly larger lights. So I'm going to mess with the size here because then we'll have more reflections, and I'm just going to move this back a bit. We get more of the reflection on the edges rather than sort of the full effect of the light. And if I move this up a little bit, I might have to reposition this. So we bring it down instead. There we go. Kind of works. See, if we bring it up, there we go. So now we're getting all these really nice edges. Bring one over here, turn it around, just to contrast that a little bit. We have something coming from over here. There we go, and this is already starting to look like something we could use, like I said, as a background for maybe some text or whatever you could possibly need it for. Go. And let's mess with the colors and have some fun with this. And again, looking at the final result each time, just trying to hunt for something that looks quite nice. I kind of like this muted blue. There we go. And let's see if we really bring this up. Get more and more of this coming in, so be good. Bring this in a little bit just to give the edges a little bit more color, and we could always try bringing in another area light that are coming from here, from the top, just to add in a little bit more. bring a third color into this without making it look over the top. Then again, the fun thing about Eevee is that things look a little bit like, yeah, a little bit like easily very sort of computer graphicsy, but that's actually one of the qualities I really like about it. So I am going to just bring up a timeline here real quick and check at different frames just to see that the lighting is somewhat consistent. So here we can see that backlight a little bit more. So we might, let's move this one over a little bit. There we go. That's starting to look somewhat interesting. I think this will fare pretty nice. I think I might bring this one up a little bit more. Actually, I want to make sure that we're not sort of overdoing that corner there. Although it's nice to have some of those light bleeds in. Maybe we'll turn this light, bring it up on the y-axis, and just bring it up a little bit here. Maybe just bring down the strength instead. Let's see. Quite an overpowering light. So move this over. Seems to help. Move this one back a little bit more. And again, it's just a case of looking for the kind of the right vision on this. Now let's actually go in and tweak our material a little bit. And rather than, actually no, let's do it down here. It's fine because we can do some extra stuff. So you can always go in and play with the roughness a little bit. And let's say I actually want random roughness on these. Now we did this before where we grabbed, and talked about random shading, and we grabbed on each one of these. If there were separate objects, we could use the random node. Now in this case, unfortunately, we can't. What we can do is just make a copy of our UV and call it shading. And if we grab our UV map here, just plug that in, we can kind of see it, but need to make sure we're selecting the shading one. Now you can see we still have a UV that's like unique to each one of these. So if we throw anything in here, let's say we'll just use a noise texture. There we go. Now you can see each one of these blocks has its own separate color, or in our case, if we use the factor, its own separate dark and lightness. And because this is a texture, you can actually scale that texture up and down and use it for different things. And in our case, we could even use something like a brick texture because we're using UVs, but I'm going to stick with the noise for now because this looks pretty cool. And I'm just going to bring a bit more randomness into it. So I want to make sure that I have parts that are completely black and parts that are completely white. So we're using sort of the full spectrum. Maybe bring this down a little bit so there's a bit more randomness. Bring this black up a little bit more. There we go. Now we know we've got a unique map. Let's just make sure that it doesn't move along. So if we were to use the animation map, it would actually move along with the animation because we're using that UV warp here at the top. Because we're grabbing the second map, the shading map, it actually works out quite nicely. And let me just turn off the bevel again so we can see this real time. So it is still moving. We need to make sure that, there we go. We need to make sure that our animation is selected so the UV warp knows what to do. Even though we can tell it to use the animation map here, I've noticed if the wrong one is selected in the UV maps, it tends to kind of not work properly. So just make sure that the one you want to warp is selected and the other one you can just use for shading. Now you can see the shading will stay the same on the blocks unless we actually scale it and do things with it. And because we zeroed them out, we get a unique value for each block. So that's a way to emulate what we were doing with the random object or the object info node before, but just using a UV map. Now what we can do is grab this, plug into a map range, and because I know the values are going from 0 to 1, I can actually use this to put in separate roughnesses. So let's say I want this to go from 0.05 to 0.35. Now again, we're not seeing any of our results that we saw earlier because we need to turn on the bevel. And now you can see each one of these blocks has a random roughness, and unfortunately playing the animation is a little bit slow. See what happens if I set this to 1 segment. Does it work out a little bit faster? Just a touch. But it's not great. What roughness did we have here? We actually went to 0.4 here, so we might want to crank this up. let's say from point 1 to 5. There we go. Now we've just got some random roughness on each one of those blocks as well. And it plays, although slowly, but it plays. Oh. Now, one of the other things we could do is actually add in a little bit of depth of field. I'll turn that on in the camera, and rather than adding in an object, what I can do is just hit E on the focus distance, and that will give me an eyedropper. And if I click anywhere in the scene, you can see it grab that focus distance for me, and I don't have to do that again. Now I'm going to overdo the depth of field a little bit until we run into trouble again. So the 0.01. And these are values that are way over the top, but this goes to show that even the depth of field sometimes needs to be blown out of proportion a little bit for artistic use. So this is looking pretty interesting already if we just make this a little larger. I could experiment adding some volume into this, but I don't know if I really want to. I like the way it looks. It's fairly clean already. I don't think we really need to add that much to it. Maybe tweak the lights a little bit. See if we mess with the color of that second one, if we can't get something a little bit more compelling. So at any time when you're trying this, you can always hit escape and then it will go back to the last value that was set. So that's quite nice. As long as you don't let go, granted. Oh yeah, maybe, maybe not. Maybe if we just move it over a little bit on the x-axis here, just to inform that orange a little bit more, and then we could add maybe a second light over on here that has a little bit more blue in it. Let's add another area light, bring it over. And because this is all real time, you can have so much fun with it. So move this up and point it that direction. Now let's see if we bring this up, maybe up the size. Let's bring it up on the, close that. Let's bring that up on the z-axis and maybe have a little bit of a preview here. Bring it over. And again, the middle doesn't have to be dark. You could maybe light that up somehow. So let's see what happens if we bring a light here. I've got a bit more going on. And again, I'm still not 100% convinced that this has to be so dark. There we go. Straddling the line there. Put this up. And rather than using white, we could have something a bit different. You can see with these lights, like I keep kind of repeating myself, I guess, but there's so much fun to be had here, just goofing around. And I like that green. A bit more of a diverse look. And again, we've created very simple shaders, and yeah, we could go in and tweak some of this stuff. We could, even if we wanted to, grab that same map range, and let's say we want the metallic ones not to be too rough. So we could turn this up to, actually, we want the metallic ones to be a little bit rougher and the other ones to be very non-metallic. You can see just by piping this in, we get more metallic in, but we get a little bit more lighting going as well. Let's see what happens when we try to bake some light here as well. So this is a tricky one because we've got animated geometry, and if we just throw in a light probe here, volume, this might or might not work out as we wanted to. So I'm going to scale this about roughly 3 times. So I know I'm going to need about 3 times the light probes in the length. So if we put this to 2, we can set these to 6 each, and then they're about evenly spaced. And this is just very quick and dirty, obviously, but we'll see. Bake that indirect lighting. And are we getting anything from it? Not really, because we're using a lot of reflections. This is with it. This is without it. So it looks like it wasn't even that necessary. What I can do is bake a reflection cube map. Let's see, maybe it's worth setting this to box rather than sphere. Oh, that about cover what we're looking at. Maybe a little bit larger. There we go. And let's see if we just bake the cube map. And in this case, again, it's not adding that much to begin with because we've got a lot of just direct lighting and reflections. If I delete the lighting cache, you'll see there's not much going on. So let's delete that. Now, one of the other things we could possibly play with maybe is look at the bevel. And let's set this material to 2. Let's add in a second material here. And we can highlight the bevels a little bit that way. Oh, that's starting to look somewhat interesting. Let's actually switch to our shading view. Maybe if we set these up to be metallic and very reflective. Now we've got a nice little contrast between the base shape and the bevel itself. Let's actually render this out and see what it looks like in full screen. That's kind of cool. We've got a little extra highlight here. A little bit of noise here that we might want to fix. So let's turn up the samples just a touch. Let's see if we bring up the roughness, if it kind of looks a little bit better when they're brighter. So actually might bring the roughness up rather than down. And again, even with 96 samples, we're only at about 4 seconds and most of that noise is actually gone. So this is already looking really nice. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Might bring up the lights just a little bit. So bring this one up. Bring that one up. Bring that one up a bit as well. And the one in the front here. There we go. This is just a little bit brighter. We can always compensate by putting a little bit more contrast in. So I like the higher contrast looks just a little bit better. Maybe that big main one, still a bit much. Move that over. Nope, not delete it, but move it over. So E and X to move it over on the X axis. It really does give it a little bit extra. It's just very overpowering. Maybe due to its size, if we bring down the size a little bit. Move it over on the X axis. Bring that back up. I think we're almost there. Yeah, that about looks okay. Yeah, I like that. If we change the color, if that has a really big effect. No, that blue worked quite well actually, so let's undo that. Nice. You can always change the size to a disk, or the shape rather. Doesn't really make much of a difference. And in this case, let's see if any of these contact shadows would actually help. So let's look at the orange light here. And if we turn on contact shadows, look at these crevices. You can see there is quite a bit of extra shadowing that goes on there. Do we need it? Possibly. Then on the other hand, if we turn this on, you can see a lot of this detail down here goes away. And technically they're not correct highlights, but they do add to the overall effect. So in this case, it's up to you. If you want something to look a bit more realistic, we could turn on contact shadows for all of these. And it still looks fine, obviously. So let's render this out again. Just look at the render time real quick. It's gone up about half a second, but looks pretty cool nonetheless. And now that we've got a rendered version, we can do a little bit of compositing just to bring this to the very best it can be. I don't know why my text is huge here, but let's not think about that too much. There we go. So let's turn on use nodes, and unfortunately I have some passes here, and I don't really want to use anything except for maybe the mist, but I don't know how much it will actually add to this scene. So let's go back real quick. Turn on our overlays here, grab the camera, and make sure that the viewport display has our mist turned on. So we want to optimize this mist and where it is by having it start somewhere around here. So the way to calculate this mist visually is it's going to be in a, I guess, a sphere from this point in the camera to here, and this is sort of where it's going to start. So if we draw that out, it's going to be about there. So try to kind of get it to look right. So if this is the camera, let's say it would come around there. So that would about work. And then bring the depth down. Rather than bringing just the depth to where it can see, you want to kind of do this because it's going to roughly sort of curve around like this. We'll just add in a little bit. That should look okay. Let's just render that out again. Again, 3 point something seconds. I mean, that's awesome. There we go. And now we got that mist pass we can work with. So let's try that first. And almost out of like pure habit, I always throw a color ramp in there so we can mess with it a little bit. So if we mix this in, set this to add. And now, because our mist pass here is set to linear, we can actually use this B-spline, give it a little bit of a different fall off and a little bit of a different softness. And this might be somewhat over the top, but mess with the color here and see what that does. Adding in that blue really does help, but we don't need quite as much of it. You can see just adding that in just a little bit more and sort of links back to that blue over here as well. Don't want to overdo it though. So this is without width. Maybe you want to make it a little bit bigger and just a little bit softer. There we go. And don't forget that this is an animation after all. So once this is animated, this is probably going to end up looking pretty cool. There's not a lot of bloom going on. I could try to force a little bit in with the glare on top. And let's see what we get from this. If we just set it to 1, it picks up some of the edges. If we bring the threshold down, and if you bring the threshold down really far, yeah, you're going to pick up a lot of stuff. So we'll see how well or how nice this looks. Mix that in. Set it to add. So does that really make a huge difference? A little bit. Yeah, it adds to it a little bit. Could be nice. So let's try a different frame and see what happens here. We want to make sure this works in our entire animation. There we go. There's a fairly hard fall off still in the mist, I think, that we could have a look at. No, looks okay. So yeah, there you go. Fairly quick scene. We just had some fun with these cubes. And if I just turn off the bevel again, yeah, I could always composite over the final render here so you can see what it ended up looking like. But yeah, that just goes to show with a little bit of quick thinking and just a basic setup. Again, this is just one mesh, one control object, a couple of lights and a camera. I'll obviously include the scene files for this as well. And maybe I'll just, that one blue light, it's still bugging me. So maybe I'll just up the size a little bit and just bring it over. Go. Bring it back over a little bit like this. And I'm just kind of looking at the fall off across the cubes. So a little bit better. Almost there though. Like this. Anyway, I'm nitpicking. It's no big deal. So now this looks kind of fun actually. So that's cool. All right. So yeah, I'll edit in the final result and make sure that it's playing as I'm saying this. But so there we have it, a quick shot that you could use as like a motion graphics background for anything really, or you can use it as a still. Yeah, you could go any way with it. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this little project. It was fun trying to do this stuff, and it gives you a different approach to shading randomness again, which we hadn't even discussed yet in some of the other videos. So all right, cool. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so for this project, we're going to try and create sort of a wireframe man walking towards the camera infinitely. And in this case, we're going to use two external tools. The first one is MBLab. Now, I'm not going to use this tool itself, but I'll import a mesh later, which has been generated with this. I just wanted to mention it. It's a free Blender add-on to create humans. So I'll be using that in conjunction with Mixamo, where you can upload something. So here's a previous one that I created before that's still in there. But basically, these two tools are the ones we're going to be using outside of Blender. Now, it's really very basic. So let me bring in and show you exactly what I mean. So I've just got here we are, an OBJ file. Really, it's just a base mesh of a human. If you look at the wireframe here, it's nothing special, and I've included it in the course file. So if you ever want to try this and you don't know where to start, you can grab this guy and just follow along if you really wanted to. Now he's been optimized ever so slightly, or yeah, if you generate one with MBLab, it might have multiple layers in the eyes and such. I've taken away some stuff that I didn't need, so we just have a very basic human base mesh. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some work on this to get sort of a custom shape, especially when it comes to topology, and then we'll be moving it onwards to Mixamo. And really the only reason we're going to use Mixamo for is just to get a walking animation out and then back into Blender. So let's keep it fairly simple so we don't take too long, but I want to show you like the entire process. And again, this is a really fun exercise, and I'm going to be using lots of types of caching and things, and it's good to think about how this stuff all seems to work together. So that said, let's dive right in. And first thing I'm going to do is actually optimize this mesh a little bit more. So on the inside of the head here, let me just grab some of this stuff. So to about there, and delete those faces. Do the same thing for the nostrils here. Actually, let me just select those real quick. There we go. Do the same thing on the other side. There we go. And maybe bring it in a little bit more. So we only really have the edges of the nostrils. We don't really need to see the inside. And I'm going to do something similar for the eyes here, where I'm just going to select only the polygons that are visible from the eye. We'll talk about that a little bit later as we get there, why I'm doing this. This is just good prep work, and if we don't do this now, after we've baked everything out with the caching and things, you can see I only really want what's visible behind the eyes here, the face rather. So do the same thing over on this side. Just select these parts. There we go. Let's just deselect what we don't need. And now I'm going to invert that selection. So we have the inside of the eyes, and then hit Shift L to unselect the island that's the rest of the person. And I know this is all one mesh outside of the eyes, and just delete those faces. As you can see, we still have the full eyes showing. We just don't need the inside for now. So all right, let's get into this, shall we? So we're gonna try and create an interesting wireframe pattern. And again, we're going to start with subdividing this guy a couple times. And Mixamo has sort of an upper limit of about 100 to 150,000 polygons. So we need to be smart about how we approach this. And again, obviously I've done this before, so I kind of know, but it's a good exercise in optimizing and playing around as well. So let's displace this guy, and let me just turn off the wireframe for a second. This is sort of what I talked about in one of the videos where, and we just want to displace him a little bit, where we're going to use an underlying texture to kind of influence the way the wireframes look. So we can use this sort of as a random seed almost. Let's just bring this down, and you'll see it'll look a little bit weird, but that's okay. Let's actually go back and turn the geometry, or the wireframes back on rather. And let's start decimating this guy. So I'm going to collapse him down a little bit first, just to get a bit more randomness in the overall shape of the polygons to begin with. So say maybe down to about 0.5. And then I'm going to copy this decimate over and just set it to planar. And really, I'm just looking for an interesting pattern. So here we go. This is already starting to look kind of cool. Sure, if we throw something like a wireframe on here, we might start getting some interesting results. So let's try that. And let me turn off the wireframe here so we can see the result a little bit better. And because this is a lot of weird geometry, the wireframe is going to utterly explode. So just turning off even thickness helps that. And in this case, I want to do, I want to make sure that the boundary edges have geometry as well. And I'm going to use relative thickness as well. And I don't really need the underlying geometry. Like I said, we want to create something kind of creative here. So let's see what this does. We get some interesting geometry in the arms, which is a little bit beefier, but that's okay. You can see it's sort of broken up in really cool and funky ways. Now, unfortunately, this is 331,000 faces, so we're not going to be able to use this for Mixamo, but what we can do is just turn this wireframe off or even throw it out. And we can just use this terrible topology and throw that in a Mixamo, and with a bit of luck, it might actually, where are we? So grab that and call this 604. There we go. And let's export this guy. And I lost my train of thought there for a second. So let's call this dude decimate, or decimated rather. Let me retype that real quick. There we go. I don't want to export materials or anything like that, just the selection and just the OBJ. So that exports fairly quick, and then let's actually move on to Mixamo here, and let's upload a character. Let's select that character file, and let's grab the dude decimated OBJ. And this will take a second. The cloud thing here will analyze it, and really all of the reason I'm doing this is because I don't really have the time to go through a full-on character animation with this mesh, and this is just a very quick way to put some mocap on there. And the nice thing about these Mixamo animations is that they actually loop. So again, I want to try and create a loop out of this, just because not really for any good reason other than that I'm used to creating loops. And this, again, is going to take a second, so let's let it load, and I might cut this. So letting it load for about a minute or so, we can see it's imported our mesh, so this looks good. Yeah, sometimes you might need to rotate them to make them face you, but in our case, it looks like that got brought in perfectly. Let's go on to next, and now we got to set a few points here for this to rig. So I set one on the chin, set one on the wrists, set one on the elbows, and then knees, set it around there. Kind of hard to see, but it gives you a preview in just a second. And then let's put one on the groin there as well. Symmetry is fine. We just used it to set it up because we know this character is in a symmetrical T-pose. And we want the standard skeleton with fingers and everything. So let's hit next. And this is going to take another minute or two. So I'll come back to this once it's done. And once the auto rigging process is done, you'll be presented with a window where you can kind of look around, and it looks like he's rigged pretty decently. The hands are okay-ish. They can be a little weird sometimes, but they seem to work decently enough. So let's hit next. And then if you've uploaded a character to this before, it'll ask you if you want to proceed. So I already had something in here from some other stuff. There we go. Now we can use this guy, and all we need to do now is just search for a walking animation. And just a standard walking animation should be fine. Now what I do want to do is have him walk in place, and maybe I want to turn the speed down a little bit. So let's see if we can overdrive it down as well. So this will just slow everything down. And this doesn't look like the best walk, so let's see if we can find something that looks a little bit more natural. Let's try this one. Again, set him in place. And let's just bring the overdrive all the way down because I want it to be sort of slow motion. There we go. And if we bring the character arm space out a little bit, then he's going to be a bit more of a badass, and he's going to look like he means business. So with that done, I think this should be good enough. I mean, we're gonna have a camera view that's about there, I would say. So we want most of it to be all right. And you can see sometimes there's some weirdness in the fingers, but again, for this, for demonstration purposes, let's call this all right. So I'm gonna download this as an FBX. I'm gonna work at 60 frames a second, and let's download it with the skinning and everything. We don't need keyframe reduction. You could put some in there, but for this example, it's fine. We've got 62 frames to work with, so about a second whenever he's walking. So that's good to know. Let's download that. And it's going to present you with a download file. So again, let's throw that in there once it's done. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Throw that in there. And now we can bring that FBX in. And I'll leave all the original stuff in the file as well, so you can look at it and try it out for yourself, the different steps. So go back to our scene collection and let's import that FBX. What happens? Now I think what's happening is he's coming in really small, so let's undo that and see if we can't fix it in the FBX import itself. So if we set the scale to 100, now this looks a bit more like what we had. There we go. Now we can see this is playing. Now it's playing back fairly slow because there's a lot of skinning and there's a lot of really weird geometry. So this is hard for Blender to calculate, but that's okay because we can work around that. First thing I want to do is just set up this wireframe again and set this up as even thickness. I'm just going to turn it off before I move on because I want to look at my keyframes first. So let's have a quick look here. Where are we? Timeline. There we go. Let's grab the armature. Let's see. Okay, so we actually have more keyframes. We have 125 frames, but we got to make sure if we look at 125 and 1, they're actually the same keyframe. So let's select all of these, duplicate them over the x-axis, and push them 124 frames out. That way, that last keyframe, that duplicate keyframe, just gets overwritten, and we get a nice smooth animation. The only thing we need to get rid of is that very last keyframe here, because if we go at the start again, you'll see it's the exact same. So we just need to delete this. Delete keyframes. There we go. And now frame 248 will be our end frame. I'm just going to loop this twice. You can make this animation as long as you wanted, but obviously I want to try and keep things somewhat short for this demonstration. So with that done, let's just turn off the armature real quick so we can't see it. And now I've got this dude walking. Now I want the wireframe, but you're going to see as we turn this on, our frame rate is just going to be absolutely terrible. So what I want to do is actually set up the wireframe first and then export this so we can do a little bit more with it. Let me turn off the wireframes here again so we can see what we're doing. So let's again set the relative thickness and make sure the boundaries are set. And then 0.75. Now boundary in this case might not be super necessary, but see, that's looking pretty interesting. Sort of what we had before. I don't know if they're too thick, but you can still see the eyes, which is nice, and we're going to do something with those later. And yeah, it looks kind of cool. Let's stick with that for now. So I'm just going to save the file again. And this time what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to export a point cache. So as we did in the other video, so I've got my point cache format here enabled. And the reason I'm using a point cache instead of Alembic, it's just, it'll work just as well. Alembic is going to export the entire mesh and all the normals and everything, but really all we need to have is the vertex positions, and a point cache will work well enough for this. So let's export that and let's call this walk.ec2. And I want to convert to Y up, and I need to just double check. 248 is the last frame, so let's set that up in the end frame here. And the reason I turn off convert to Y up is because we're not sending it to a different application. we're bringing it back into Blender, so we don't need to do that at all. Let's now export that point cache. And this is going to take a second again. Unfortunately, there's no progress bar for this, but I'll edit back to when we can start doing more stuff again and bring it back in. So that took a few minutes to export, and we're at a 750 megabyte cache, which is quite a bit, but it's also sort of, you know, because we've got 300,000 faces, it might slow us down a tiny bit for this demo purpose, but I'm going to leave it the way it is. I still think it looks cool, so I kind of want to continue with this guy. So what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to duplicate this dude, and then I'm going to convert the modifier stack to a mesh, and that way we have, we just have him set up, and we can use the point cache, because remember, if we point cache stuff, we want to make sure we're using exactly the same mesh with exactly the same setup. So let's grab this and throw that just in the modeling here. And now we just have a single mesh. And what we can do is bring in the mesh cache modifier, set it to point cache, and grab that point cache. Now you'll see it's still not super fast. And again, it's down to the fact that we have, 300,000 faces. It is fairly slow. So it's unfortunate, but it does look kind of cool. But this gives you a more realistic representation of what I would be doing in the first place anyway. I'm going to throw a smooth modifier on here, maybe a couple of iterations. That way we just smooth out the wireframe a little bit. And now we get him to an interesting look. And we can always play with that a little bit later. There we go. Now we've cached him out, and we can start building a little bit more around this. So first thing I want to start doing is actually, let's start building a scene and add a camera to this as well. So first we got to make a move though. So let's do that. So I'm going to call this control.move. And what we could possibly do is just kind of, we're going to have him parented to the move object. Let's rotate him 90 degrees there. And now we got to figure out how far this guy is going to move. So I'm going to do an educated guess. I've worked with some of these caches before. So let's start at 0 and then move him maybe 4 frames forward. And again, I'm doing this at 1 frame after the last frame, just so I'm able to loop stuff. And let's see, if we set this to frame dropping, do we get an idea of how he moves? That looks fairly normal. There might be a little bit of sliding going on, but that's not the end of the world. What's more important is that we now have 4 units to work with to loop stuff. So we move this camera up. Now let's start at the first frame here and move the camera backwards. I want to find sort of like an interesting point of view here. And what we maybe could do is optimize this mesh a little bit further, but we'll talk about that in just a second. Once we've got our camera set up, and let's actually parent this camera to the movement controller as well. So now it moves with us. Maybe bring it down just a little bit and in a bit as well. And let's turn on the passbar 2 again. That looks kind of cool. Maybe it's clipping a bit much. Sort of in his face a little bit, but that's okay. There we go. And now we know, looking at the camera view, we're really only kind of seeing we're not even seeing the hands anymore. We're only seeing the top of the torso. So we could go back to our animation here. If we turn that on, and let's turn off the dude, and let's turn on the armature and the mesh again. And I'm just going to hide this guy for a second. And what we could do is if we make another copy and we optimize him, actually take away the parts of the mesh that we're not seeing. So again, make sure that we can see through the mesh. Grab the parts that we're not using, so about there and about there. And let's delete those faces. And that's only about 100,000 faces, so that's going to export quite a bit quicker rather. And You can see already in the animation this is a bit faster as well. So let's export this as point cache again. And again, you could use Alembic for this if you wanted to. I'm just using point cache in this case. So let's call it walk optimized. Make sure everything is still set up correctly from the last export. We'll export that again, and then yeah, again I'll edit to when it's exported. So not only did that export a lot faster, it also shaved off about 2/3 of our file size, which is really nice. Now I'm just going to delete the walk point cache here because we don't need it anymore. We still have that original object in here if we really need it. Let me turn off the modeling. Let me delete this guy, and actually let me turn on the modeling again real quick. Duplicate this guy, and let's see, what are we going to do? We're going to convert him as we did before. And then let's clear the parent, move him out, and then turn off the modeling. And again, we'll just have to move this guy 90 degrees. That's because he was stuck to the armature before. That's kind of the same thing that was happening before. And now we can add that cache in again. So mesh cache, point cache, and I would do this on a production scene as well if I can get away with it, just to keep things faster. And you can see we're already moving quite a bit faster, and it's just going to be a bit more fun to work with. So again, I'm going to parent that to the move controller, and now we've just got the top of the torso we can work with. There we go. So let's start building something around this, and we know we've got about 4 meters to fill, so I want to have maybe a ground plane and a wall that repeats itself. Let's just start very basic with the ground plane, and chances are we won't really see this except for further down in the render, but we want the ground plane and the wall to kind of be in there anyway, so, or at least the ground plane to be in there anyway, just in case. And then we're going to build a wall, and actually let's rotate this on the y-axis. So move this up. And I'm just snapping every time. And move this up quite high because we'll be able to see fairly far down with the camera. And let's just add in a few subdivisions. And I'm adding 4 and 4 because I know this is a 4x4 mesh. Now we could add in some subdivisions here as well. Keep them simple, just so we have a little bit more to work with. There we go. Doesn't have to be that crazy, but yeah. So I want to mirror this over as well. Where's my mirror modifier? There we go. Let's mirror that on the x-axis. And we could always grab this and push it out a little bit if we want to, which I think I might in this case. And let's move this over as well. So now we've got a little group that we can duplicate. So we're going to do the same thing we did with the VJ tunnel and call this instance.loop.000. And throw these two in here, and let's give these names as well. So this is mesh.floor, and this is mesh.walls. And what I want to do for the wall now is add in a displace. And again, you can at this point see how much use I really get out of a displace modifier. I use it all the time for everything. And let's use a Voronoi again for this, and maybe a bit more interesting structure. There we go, something like that could work. Maybe just a regular Voronoi, although I kind of like the way this looks as well. And to actually get this to loop properly, which we'll set up now, go. And let's duplicate this a couple times. We don't need it that many times for the camera actually, so let's move this one up and duplicate it and do that just a few times. There we go. Now the repetition will be fairly visible because we've only got a very short span here. Again, I've opted to do only a few seconds just to keep the video a bit shorter. And generally what I would do is loop this entire animation maybe another time, so I've got 300 or 400 frames and we've actually got something to work with. But in this case, this should be fine for demo purposes. Let's grab our original wall, and now what I want to do is grab these two outer edges. There we go, and just extrude these out. and scale these up on the y-axis. And now when we go back in, and we look at these, they'll sort of fit together, and you won't really notice that they're being repeated quite as much. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to optimize these a little bit more. So go in here, grab a planar decimate, maybe even a collapse, and try that first to see what kind of interesting geometry that we get. Let's add on some wireframe onto here as well. Turn off replace original and even thickness. And now we've got something a bit more patterny. We might have to bring this wall up a little bit. So look at the top row of polygons here. Duplicate that up. And then do that, repeat that a couple of times, select everything, hit M, and then hit by distance so we can merge those. And there we go. And as we start lighting this, we'll be able to hide the background a little bit with some fog and that kind of thing. So let's get into that. Okay. I'm going to split my view here so I can see what I'm doing. Let's set this to rendered. And let's go back in and start lighting this cool guy. So this is one of those cases where contact shadows might actually work out quite well with an area light. So if we just go into the light here and bring it up. It's a little bit bright, but if you turn on contact shadows, you'll immediately see the difference that this gives. So this is one of those cases where you definitely want to start using those. Just not only does it make our scene a lot more moody and a lot more cool, let me turn off the repetitions here as well. Repetition. Go, throw in all those loops. Just turn them off for a second. Again, as you can see, just by turning on the contact shadows, it just makes a major difference in the definition of the scene. Now let's look at this dude as well. Let's see what happens if we shade him flat. Looks a little bit more technical. And the other thing we might want to do is actually let me keep the camera view here. Let's play with the position of this light a little bit, move it backward a little bit, make him a little bit more mysterious than just being flatly lit. There we go. What happens if we turn this light a little bit? Does it help? It looks kind of interesting. But the other thing we want to do is parent that light again to the move controller. There we go. And our contact shadows are most of our shadows are only sort of set up when we're rendering this out. So what I'm going to do is move this light up a little bit, and that way the rest of the scene will be lit as well, but we'll have to compensate by bringing up the brightness and maybe moving it forward again a little bit more. But at least now we won't see that harsh sort of line of where the light ends. Bring it up just a little bit more and move it over on the y-axis again. Just looking for some really interesting shadows. There we go. Nice. So let's turn our repetition back on. That's starting to look pretty interesting. Now, I definitely want to add in some fog to the scene because we want it to be really moody. So let's grab our principled volume and tone it down. And whenever I'm using this volume, I like to crank up the contrast a little bit here. Just looking at it. Again, just holding down control and scrolling up and down. And that's looking pretty interesting already. So let's work on the wall a little bit as well. And I was in the right one. I just had to switch to object. There we go. Add a new material in here. And I'm going to use, I think, a metallic shader. This might work out quite nicely. There we go. We've got some stuff we can actually reflect. Now, every time it jumps, it's just because the loop is completed and it's jumping back to the beginning. The only thing we need to make sure that if we look at the world shader, I'm going to bring up the brightness a little bit. We're already at very high contrast, so maybe bring this down. Let's see. Have a look at the camera as well. Maybe bring out the lens a little bit and just move it forward. So here he's moving a little bit better. Even bring it down just a little bit. And because we've got a lens that's a little bit wider, it just feels like he's closer to the camera as well. See if we can get away with this. Do we see on a solid view? Do we see our limitations there? No. And still not really see that he actually doesn't have anything going on down here. So we got lucky there. I don't think we can actually see the edge. Yep. Down to his belly button. There we go. So let's add some more stuff in here. So first of all, let's play with the depth of field as well. And just hitting E on the focus distance slider, click him. And now we're already separating him a bit more from the background. We could try an even more extreme setting. So again, sometimes it's hard to judge what it's going to look like in animation as some of this stuff moves around. So for example, here you can see as I'm moving around, a lot of the reflections and stuff sort of disappear. But another thing I want to do is go back to this wall and maybe set up a second shader for the wireframe. So let's set the material offset to 1. Grab a new material here and maybe make that also metallic but slightly different in reflection. So in this case, I might just move the wall out to see that helps, just giving him an extra little bit of space. Not necessarily. I think it's interesting that he's moving through like a tighter sort of hallway. And we definitely need to do something about our floor as well. So let's set that up too. Grab a material here, and maybe we want the floor to like look wet or something like that. So let's try and do that really quick with the noise texture here. So grab that noise texture and just set it to object. Look at the factor and maybe bring the scale down a little bit. And it's not going to mix perfectly, but I think with the depth of field and everything that's going on, it's not going to be too bad. So bring down the detail. Throw in a color ramp and just ramp this down. So we've just got something that kind of looks like puddles. Maybe bring the size up a little bit more. We can cheat and kind of look at the repetition and make sure it's not clipping anywhere. That looks kind of all right. There we go. So let's look at the shader itself now. And we can use that for maybe metallic. That way we've got somewhat of a darker ground and then lighter metallic spots. Let's bring the roughness down a little bit as well. Or we could even use this to drive our roughness. So I'm going to want to invert that somehow, but I'm just going to use a map range. So anywhere the ground itself is going to be a bit more rough, and then I guess the puddles, if you want to call them that, be a bit more reflective. Let's see if we can actually see any of that. Not really, it doesn't make a huge difference, but let's just set it up anyway. And I'm going to use a B-spline for this one. Have a bit more control of the shape. There we go. Bring this down as well. And we can always multiply this base color, and really just all we're doing is bringing down the sort of the brighter values. If we multiply that down, you'll see bring it down a little bit. Make sure we're not using anything negative here. There we go. A bit more reflective and doesn't really make a huge difference for a background, but it works anyway. Now, again, we're going to work with some static particles just to add a little bit of more motion in here. So I'm going to create a cube. And make sure this is about 4 units in length at least. Now let's solo this real quick. And let's set up that plane that we did before. So in the vector manipulation part of the course, we created a material that has a little dust mode in it. So let's go down to the material preview and actually set this up. We're going to mix the transparent shader with just a diffuse shader. Don't really need anything else in there. There we go. And then we're going to set up this gradient ramp here. So grab our gradient texture, set this to quadratic sphere. We're going to pull in some texture coordinates and we're going to use UVs for this one. I'm going to move these over because I already know I'm going to be using the noise here. And this one's fine, but we need to bring the location to -0.5 and -0.5 to make sure that it's in the middle. Then let's mix these together. So vector math, and what we want to do is grab our object info node. So we got random values. We can multiply that again by our vectors. So I'm doing this rather quickly, but if you want the full explanation, if maybe you skipped over it, then you definitely want to check that out in the previous sections. So multiply that random by, let's say 1,000. Add that vector in. Let's grab this. That, and then we want to use that one to drive our noise. So let's grab our noise texture, put in the vector here, and again set up our little math node trick that we did before. So 2 math nodes, first subtract, and then multiply to control the amount of distortion. Let's plug that in here. And first of all, let's throw in a color ramp so we can kind of ramp this down a little bit. And now it's just a case of tweaking these parameters, bringing up the scale a little bit so they're a little bit separate. And again, this is over the top, but you get the idea. I just wanted to show that it is actually something I do quite quickly in other scenes. Grab these together, and the last thing we need to do in the options is just set the blend mode to alpha blend. And in this case, I'm going to turn the shadows off because we don't really want to deal with noise or anything like that coming from all these tiny dust modes. So let me just reset the position here, and then we'll set up the particle system. And let's grab that here. There we go. Again, static particles, so have them have whatever lifetime, make sure that it's longer than our actual scene. Set this to volume and kind of make sure that we turn off the physics. Now let's call this particle.dust. Let's call this emitter.dust. And I always create a collection for these particles. Even though it's just one, I just like to be able to put that in there and then put that up at the top and just turn it off so I don't have to deal with it and don't have to look at it in the scene. And let's throw the emitter in the repetition here as well and make sure we can't see it in our viewport or our render. There we go. So now if we've turned off the emitter, and now all we got to do is render it as a collection and set our dust collection. Now I've got all our little dust modes going. Now obviously we're going to turn on rotation and randomize that. And let's just bring down the scale ever so slightly and bring up the scale randomness. And when we go back to our scene now, and set it to rendered, we'll have a little bit of dust flying through the air as he's walking past. And you could potentially simulate and animate this, but I'm not too bothered by it. I'm going to bring the scale down ever so slightly. There we go. We just want a hint of them. And that looks quite nice. Now let's turn that on real quick. And for the final thing here, I'm just going to bring these down so they're semi-transparent. There we go, and then we can turn them off again. Now, one of the other things I want to do is actually give this guy some glowing eyes so he looks a bit more badass. And that's sort of why I cleaned up the eyes originally and took out the back, so we only have the front here. So let's actually grab the entire guy and then invert the selection. And now what we can do is, oh, not particles, I thought it was in the material slot there. Add in 2 materials, so this is going to be the base material. So let's call this dude base. And then let's call this and assign it dude eyes. Let's set up something like an emission shader. Put up a little bit higher. We can set this to rendered. And now we just have something, especially if we set this up a little bit higher, we're going to start getting some bloom at some point. And he's just going to look extra, there we go, extra badass. And you might have noticed I'm not putting any color into this. I want to actually keep this as a monochrome render. I like the way it looks. So let's see, maybe we need to move the area light up a little bit. So I'm just moving it up on the Z-axis, and let's visualize that down here so we can see what we're doing. So this is pointing in sort of a rather odd direction. There we go, and let's move this up a little bit. So we still get self-shadowing, but not quite as much. There we go. And we can still mess with the base material as well. So let's see what happens when we set that to metallic. It gets a little bit over the top. We could always try shading smooth as well. Gives us a different result. And maybe now is a time where we could maybe throw in 1 or 2. There we go. Sets of smoothing. And he's not quite as jagged, but it just helps a little bit with those normals. And you might be tempted to throw on a subdivision surface, but a mesh like this, which has a lot of really crazy shapes and geometry, tends to be a little bit slow with subdivision surfaces. So what I tend to do is if I smooth this out quite a bit, and let me just go back and turn off my overlays here for a second. There we go. Now you can see it's really losing a lot of that original volume. Now you can always go in here and put a displace either in front or either before or after the smooth. So let's put it before and just set it to a very minimal value. Move up from there, and that way you can smooth out the mesh without having to use subdivisions, and you can see it's a lot quicker still, and we still retain quite a bit of that control. And the displace is just going to fatten up those lines a little bit, give them a little bit more definition. There we go. And as we set this to metallic, the property definitely changes. The roughness was about right, I would say. There we go. Now the eyes reflect a little bit here as well, so that's looking pretty cool. So now we've all got that set up. Let's have a look at the start and end frame to make sure we haven't missed anything. Nope. Might even bring down the walls a little bit. And let me turn off the dust so that it's not selectable, so that I can just click through it. We got to put it in the loop rather than the repetition. So let's put the repetition up top here. And grab these walls. And this was the material for the wires, and it looks like they're not that different anyway. So bring down, I still like this metallic stuff. Just bring down the reflectivity a little bit by with the size. That's interesting. I quite like that. I quite like the way it looks. It's still a little bit creepy to see him without his hands, but there we go. You could always try just bringing the smooth down a little bit and the displace down a little bit. I think you might have a couple issues in the nose here, so again, this is something you might want to do very gradually. Turn this off and on. You can see this already does quite a bit by turning it up, and maybe bring down the repeat factor a little bit. Let's turn on motion blur as well, because we do have some camera movement, but it might not do quite a lot. In this case, it's not that much. And let's actually save this and render a frame as well. Yeah, so that looks quite interesting. Again, we could tone down the depth of field a little bit. I'm just going to look at my first and last frames here, and in particular I'm going to look at the background to make sure we can see anything jumping in here, because we've got sort of the end of our scene back there, but it looks like we've got enough mist, enough volumetrics in our scene to hide that. So let's try and attempt to add one more thing to this, and I'm probably going to overcomplicate it by doing this, so I'm just going to save. But let's try and add a little bit more of an animation to this behind him. So I want to have a particle system that sort of spawns from his back a little bit, and I could paint this in with vertex groups if I really wanted to, but I'm going to keep it simple and just use an object. But I just wanted to give that along, that you could even use this guy now as a particle emitter, but in our case we can just parent this to our move controller, so there's no need to do that. And I'm going to create a plane. I'm actually going to rotate it out negatively on the x-axis so that it's pointing backwards, and then just bring the size down. Something like this maybe. We just kind of want it to emit from around his back somewhere. Move that up. I'm going to hit Shift C to reset my 3D cursor. So I Shift right clicked on his back to put that in the middle. Now let's put that in the middle on the x-axis as well. And we can hide this emission plane, which is fine. But let's stick it to the move controller. And let's call this emit dot wings. Not necessarily that they're wings, but then it looks like there's something growing out of his back. You can see, I'll have to take a look to see if it gets, looks like it's a little bit off. So it looks like we might actually have to use him after all, just to get it to emit sort of right. Okay, that's fine. And I can show you the full workflow, which is cool too. So he has a whole bunch of vertex groups still in here from all the rigging. So I'm just going to delete all of them. Because this is cached out, it doesn't really matter. But now we've just got a slightly cleaner setup here. And let's call this wings, just for fun. And let's grab some of these polygons in the back here. I'm going to close this up so we've got a bit more space to work with. Let's grab some of these in the back. Bring this up, paint this in. There we go. So we could have stuff emitting from there. That'll look pretty interesting. So maybe a bit more on this end. Wasn't necessary, I think. Maybe one or two more on the shoulder here, so it feels like there's some stuff coming off his shoulders. There we go. That could look pretty cool. So let's assign these. So now if we go into the weight paint, you can actually see we've got something to emit particles from. Go back into object mode. And let's set up a new particle system. Let's call this wings. I'm just calling this wings, not for any particular reason, just so we have a name we can work with and be a bit more consistent with in the viewport. Let's bring these down, maybe to 0.1. And for this, I'm going to set the color to be velocity. That way, when we're emitting particles, we can sort of see how fast they're going by their color. So now their velocity is at maximum the whole time. So let's turn that down a little bit. And where are we? So we want to use the modifier stack for sure. So it's using all the modifiers that came before it, just to be on the safe side. And what we want to do is we want to set our density to wings. And that way now when we start emitting, and let's give me a second here. So let's go into velocity and set this to 0 because we don't want the particles to have any velocity. Now you can see they're just emitting from his back. Now I want these to last a little bit longer, maybe 150 frames, maybe 180 frames, so 3 seconds, because we're working at 60 frames per second. And we want to make sure that in this case, when we start simulating again, we go into our playback options and set this to no sync once again. That way we'll simulate every frame of the particle system. We won't run into any issues. So let's see here, and let's have the frames start at 1 and end at 248. We'll have to do a slightly longer simulation because we need 248 plus 180 frames because the last one is emitting at 248 and we've got a lifetime of 180. So we have this little toggle over here that we can use to set an alternative frame range, and this is great for when you're simulating stuff. So let's set this to 248 plus 180, and that gives us 428 frames, and that's going to be the final length of our simulation. So now as we play this, it'll start simulating. Go. And it's not going to be super fast because we've got all the modifiers and stuff on there, but it's decent. Let's go for 10,000 particles here. Now I've got something that's a little bit more dense. All right. So let's grab a circle. I don't want to keep these particles fairly simple. I'm just going to put in 3 vertices and just fill them. And I mean, fills it as an n-gon, but it's only 3 sides, so it's going to be a triangle anyway. I'm just going to scale this down to, actually, scale this down to half, so I know it's about 1 unit-ish in size. And now rather than putting the particles, or this object in the particle system, we're going to use a modifier to actually create these particles. And again, this is down to what I was talking about in one of the previous videos, where if we use the particle instance modifier, we'll be able to cache this out, and it'll be pretty cool. So I think it's mesh dude 2. There we go. Let's call this mesh dude walk. Now I know it's that guy. And then what we need to do in this object is make sure that the unborn and the dead aren't showing. And we want to make sure that the size is respected, and also now it should be okay, but we want them to have some rotation as well. So let's have a look at the simulation here first. And there's no rotation or anything like that going on yet. So we want to start tweaking our simulation now. And for now, I'm just going to turn off the circle. Let's call this particle.pry, so we know what this is when we start using it. Let's go into this guy and make sure we can set up our simulation here. So I'm going to throw in a force field because I want turbulence, because turbulence always makes everything look cooler. There we go. And now we've got some stuff coming off him. It's going to look quite interesting. Now this tends to get out of hand very quickly. So again, in the particle system, let's set up some drag and damp. That'll just slow those particles down a little bit and make sure they don't go flying off too far. We can always go into our camera view to kind of get an idea of what's going on here. And we don't have to worry about looping it because we're going to cache it out, so we can play with this simulation any way we want. This is looking all right, but I definitely want this field, and let's call this force.curb. Let's play with the size a little bit and with the speed, or the strength rather. Let's set this to 0.25 and see if that gives us a better pattern. That looks kind of funky. And now because we have a size set up here, because our character is moving in 3D space, it will actually be relative to where that force is in the scene. So because that force stays at sort of frame 0, This is always going to look kind of interesting, and it might even be a bit much. So let's bring down the strength a little bit and see what happens. So let's just let this play a second to cache out. I think I want the shape to be slightly bigger. So again, I'm going to do this interactively, or as interactively as I can at least. Yeah. Again, just giving it a second to cache out. So while it's looking kind of cool, you definitely want maybe a little bit of randomness as they leave him. So let's turn up the random velocity. That way they're already going to be pushing out to a side as they leave his back here. Kind of seems to be helping us, but not really. Again, it's just a case of tweaking it. Try the randomness up a little bit higher, and I'm wanting these to move outwards a little bit more. So let's turn up the turbulence and see if that helps. Let's really push this and see what happens. Now these look like they could look pretty interesting. Maybe they're a little bit too fast. Again, we're doing this at 60 frames, so we need to make sure that it looks kind of okay. So let me just bake that and see what it looks like when we try to play this. So let's go back to our guy and just bake this out and give it a second to bake. Now this doesn't generally take too long, and again it's only 10,000 particles. The only thing that's slowing it down really is just the mesh of the guy that's quite complicated, and there's a lot of stuff happening with the modifiers before it. Let's just let this run through. And now what I'm going to do to get a good idea of this is actually just run a viewport animation output. So in view, let's just render this viewport animation, and I'll cut to this to when it's done. And I've got the simulation here, but I just want to see up until frame 248, because that's about what we would see, and we'll get an idea. I'm just opening this with an external application just to look at it. There we go. They look a little bit wild, but might work nonetheless. Let's see what that actually does with those triangles enabled. So let's turn that back on. And one thing we forgot to do is actually turn on the rotation, so we'll have to rebake it, which is unfortunate, but that's just the way it goes. And just by turning on dynamic, what's going to happen now is they're going to kind of point in the direction that they're flying. Now, what we might need to do is just need to double check that we don't have to kind of rotate our original triangle here. So let's see. I'm going to scale these up quite a bit. I want something that's a bit more screen filling, I guess. And I feel like they're not really pointing in the correct direction. So let's try and fix that. So with that try selected, what we can do is just rotate this. See what happens if we rotate this on the x-axis. They look like they're kind of pointing the right direction. Now they look like they're kind of flying with one of their points forward. Yeah, that looks a little bit more like what I want to do here. We're getting a rather interesting look from this. And again, what we need to do is just simulate this out real quick. And in this case, I'm still in edit mode. There we go. And in this case, the other thing I want to do is just turn off the render in the viewport, basically. So if you set this to none, then it'll still simulate, but it won't actually be visible in the viewport. So we just see the triangles, the end result. And the other thing I want to do is actually set up a scale on these. So I'm putting a new texture and call it scale. And to set this up over time, as we did before, we need to first of all make sure that the influence is set to size. Then we're going to grab a blend texture, and we're going to use the particle coordinates. And that just basically means that it's going to scale these up. Everything that's black, it's going to kind of map this over time. So in this case now, the particles just scale up forever, but what we want is that they scale up rather quickly at the start and then slowly get smaller. So let's set that up by using the color ramp. And I'm going to set this position to maybe 0.25, and then I'm going to put one in the end here and set it to 0. So now they ramp up in size quite quickly, and we can see that visualized. And then as they get older, they're going to start getting smaller as well. And again, you could do this with any kind of object that you wanted. I'm just using these triangles in this case because I want to see maybe we could get some interesting shading out of it. And as we're playing this, you can see it's actually caching as well. So kind of the fun thing about these particles is we can let these cache out just fine. Let them do their thing. And then we could even use this cache as our final cache if we wanted to. I'm just going to let it run and do it interactively for this one. There we go. And the way to do that is just to go into cache and to say current cache is bake. And now this is cached out and we could do whatever we want with it. But mostly what I want to do is actually export this. Now I'm going to do one last viewport preview just to make sure that the animation looks somewhat decent. But again, I don't want to spend too much time tweaking this because obviously I don't want to bore you either. But if you're kind of recreating this, you might spend a little bit more time and add one or two forces in just to get a slightly more slick result. But for our demo purposes, we want to keep this a little bit faster. So again, I'll cut to when I've set up the viewport animation here, and we can have a look at it. And this time around, I've actually let the entire thing cache. So let's open this up with an external program again. Let these frames cache out, and now we just want to see the entire animation. The guy's going to stop moving at some point, but that's fine. That looks kind of cool. So yeah, that's exactly what we need. And it's, like I said, it's a little bit short, so you might notice the repetition in the final animation, but that's fine. Let's grab this rt.try, and we're gonna cache this out again to an alembic this time. So we have the animation and we can bring it in and offset it and repeat it. So it's actually playing back in a looping fashion, basically. So let's save our file first. And let's export this as an alembic file. We only want the selected object. We don't need particles and hair because this is considered a mesh because we're generating this with a modifier. We don't necessarily need UVs either. I'm not going to spend too much time doing anything with them, but I want to make sure my final frame is frame 428, and let's call this particles. Particle. There we go. Now let's export that out. Now we do actually have a progress bar, which is nice compared to the alembic, and you can see, or the point cache rather, you can see this goes pretty quick. So let's just let this run. And this will really help. One of the things we might have to do is just tweak our walls so they're a little bit further away. But again, this is just down to personal preference. You can also still mess with the camera and kind of see if there's anything else we can do. So there we go. That's that done. Now I'm going to set this frame range back to the regular one. I'm going to turn off this particle.try. I'm going to do the same thing where I'm going to turn off the particle system here because we don't really need it. So we don't want Blender to spend any time on it either. And let's save again and bring in that alembic file. So import the particles alembic, and it's going to set the frame range to 428, but that's fine. It does it automatically. And we're going to import it a second time. We can't just duplicate it because then the data will be duplicated, and if we change anything in one of the modifiers, it will propagate over to the other one. So if we do the same thing for this one, now we've got it twice, and we can't actually offset it. So for this one, call this one ABC for alembic.particles. And let's call this one ABC.particles.offset. And if all works well, we should be able to move the offset for, would it be correct? 4 units up, but we'll have to figure that out. That's actually something I didn't think about. So we might have to fix something here, but we can always fix it if we have to. So for the offset one, let's set this frame offset to -248. So now we've got these final particles. And yeah, looks like we're going to have to move this 4 units back. There we go. Now this makes sense because that's kind of what it would look like. And you can see the other one starting already as he's moving. So if we go to frame 248 here, now we should be able to see somewhat similar cache, and we don't. And let's try and figure out what's going on. So this offset is not the one we see. And why is this different? Because I'm at 284, not 248. So it was merely a typo. It usually is, isn't it? All right, cool. So now we've got all this set up. We can go back out of local view, which we've been working in the whole time so far. And now let's have a look at our final result. So this looks even crazier. And I might even tone down the depth of field a little bit more. So let's see, let's play with the focal length a little bit first, because I'm still not convinced having him that close to the camera, or that sort of wide of a lens, actually looks cool. Let's redo our depth of field here and just bring it down a little bit more. And as I thought, obviously we didn't set up the wall as a collider, so what we might want to do is just bring those walls out ever so slightly. So mesh.walls, grab those and maybe move them out 0.5 meters, just to give it a little bit more breathing space. Looks like we're still getting coverage with our floor, but let's just increase that. And because we've all set this up with object coordinates and stuff, we don't have to worry about the materials. There we go. And this is looking quite interesting. So let's set up the particles here and grab a new material. And let's call this particles as well, so we can easily copy it over to the other one. And again, I think I'm going to go for something shiny, just because I like the way it looks. Let's grab the other one here and add the particles object, or sorry, the particles material in there as well. Now you can see shiny. We can make them somewhat darker. We just have some movement in the background. What happens if we bring down the roughness? Bring it up maybe. There we go. Bring up a little bit more again. And we're seeing very little due to the viewport denoising. So what I'm going to do is just tweak the shader of the dude again so he's a bit more visible. And then let's do a quick viewport render. And I think I might even take away the smoothing and the displace and set the shading back to flat. I do like the way that looked. Somewhat aggressive, but interesting nonetheless. All right, so let's run a test render. Let's hit save and just have a look at how long these frames are going to take. And then I'll be back after this is done test render. So 3 seconds. So I'm going to take a quick break while this renders, and I'll resume the recording after. All right, so then now that that's rendered out, let's actually have a look at it. That's already looking pretty good. Now we could go in and, oh, let's actually set this to the end of the animation. We're still seeing some of our preview there from earlier. Let's set this to frames. Actually, it doesn't really matter. It's all good. I know I can set this up easily. Go to my settings here and let's set this to frames. There we go. And now we can set this to 248 frames. So this is our last frame over here. There we go. Now we can see the loop itself. So again, this is looking pretty interesting. We've got kind of a wild background and he's moving pretty cool. And the static particles look a little bit out of place maybe, but I'm not going to worry about them for this example. Like I said, I think we've mostly achieved what we want. So let's move down to the compositing phase and just get a little bit extra out of this. Now, one thing I might do is just tone the area light down ever so slightly, because we're getting quite a bit of brightness on the arms here, and I don't really like the way that looks. And let's bring down the contrast a little bit, just so it's a little bit more sort of hazy. And that's starting to look a little bit better. Let's see, maybe bring this up ever so slightly. And again, it's just a case, if we just bring up our timeline here real quick, going in and sort of making sure that there's no overly bright areas on the arms here. But I quite like what this is doing, and I think I rendered this at 64 samples. We could maybe bring it down a little bit. So this might be able to be rendered at 32 samples, and I don't know if we need any passes or anything. So for now, let's just make sure. I think I have some setup in here. The mist isn't really necessary. We don't really need to hide anything. And the only other thing I might want to look at is just very quickly at the material of the particles again. So if we set the roughness down, we're going to get more sort of highlights and glinting this way. And I think that might help sell the effect just a little bit more. Yeah, let's just render a frame of this out and get into compositing this a little bit more. So that went pretty quick actually. Let's have a quick look at that. 2 seconds, that's pretty nice. Set it up here. And again, just with a little bit of compositing, we could probably make this look even cooler. So it looks like I forgot to turn off one of these passes that we don't necessarily need. And I am going to add in just a vignette like I've done a couple of times before now, but especially with this, it will really help just keeping a little bit of focus on him. So we've got our lips mask and we need to add in our mix. Grab that. Grab a blur filter. Again, set this to fast Gaussian. And with this set to multiply, let's bring this up. Actually, I'm bringing up the blur, and that's not what I want. I just want to bring up the height and bring up the width a little bit. I mainly just want to, and maybe for this one, we could bring down the height just a little bit. Bring the width up. So we're really just focusing on the corners. There we go, and you can see in this case, this makes a huge difference already because this looks a lot more moody. And especially you can really feel like he's popping. Now we can play with the contrast just a little bit. Maybe this looks kind of nice. And sometimes I'll kind of overdo the contrast ever so slightly to bring in some grain. So let's do that as well. Input a texture, and unfortunately the UV, or not the UV, but the UI for this isn't great. So I'm just kind of hacking my way through this here by using texture in the brush. Call this comp.grain. Delete that and bring in a noise texture. And these are the same as the modifier textures. Unfortunately, they're still not linked together. I'm kind of looking forward to the day that that is all one big thing. But for now, we can still use this and it works fine. Here we go. So again, let's bring in a mix node, and we really want this to look like it's been through a camera or something. So let's bring up the blur filter here again, and we want sort of kind of fat looking grain. So generally I'll just kind of give this a couple of pixels. This looks a little bit more like film grain, and then we set this to add. We can then set the factor down a little bit. And for this one, we might want to overdo it just for, I guess, artistic effect. So here you can see the grain, and this noise texture is again random on every single frame. But what we could do, add in a color ramp again, and I remember if I did this in one of the previous videos. These haven't been recorded chronologically, so I might not have done it yet. And again, just adding in a color ramp here just to bring up the bottom. And one of the things you might notice, if you bring in this grain, let me do that again. If we bring this in, our overall image sort of brightens up a little bit. So while this might be set to high contrast, because we're bringing in this grain and adding a lot in, this sort of helps a little bit with that. And let's see what we can do with sharpening and softening. So if we over sharpen this, you can see, for example, like around the eyes, we might get some issues. I'm just going to turn off the soften. But if we just do it a little bit to where, yeah, we'll still get issues, unfortunately. But if we soften this back up, some of that will disappear. And you know, at just normal resolution, while this is in motion, it won't really look too bad. And have a look here at the difference. And I doubt this is going to be very visible in the recording, but just softening this up after the sharpening just makes such a big difference. And in some cases, it might be better to add the grain after the fact. So let's do that. And let's plug this in here. Now we're adding the grain after the softening and stuff. And again, let's see if this makes a huge difference. So yeah, you might not be able to see it on the recording, but it just takes the sort of the edge off that and makes it look a little bit less CG, I guess, is what I'm kind of going for. And unfortunately, we don't have object motion blur because, you know, the way Eevee is right now, but at the same time, I think this is already looking pretty cool. And just for dramatic effect, we could always add in some lens distortion as well. And that way we still get some color fringing in our black and white image. And did not mean to hide any of that. Grab those. Oh, keep missing my shortcuts here. There we go. And let's put in our lens distortion. And let's undistort this a little bit first so it's get pushed in. So when we push the dispersion out, it sort of flattens out. And now we just get a little bit of fringing in the edges here. And even for a black and white image, I don't know, there's something about that style that I really like. Let's click fit just to make sure that there's no fringing on the edges and it fits the image nicely. And I think for this one, that's about it. I mean, you can see we set this up again in a fairly quick manner. Unfortunately, we can't get a real-time preview, but I might edit the final result up here. Again, if we render this with the compositing and everything, we're only up to about 2.69 seconds, so less than 3 seconds for a frame at full HD is awesome. So yeah, with that said, I'm gonna start rendering this, and I hope you enjoyed this this project in particular. Again, I grabbed it from something I was doing before, and I did it in cycles before, but doing it in Eevee is an interesting exercise for me as well. And it's just kind of fun to explore what we could do. And again, we can get really compelling images with this. And you might have noticed that I'm still not really baking any indirect lighting or reflections. While I could have that help in some cases, with a lot of animation going, you generally just kind of have to rely on what you're getting in the first place. So I think, yeah, that's it for this one. So yeah, let's move on to the next video. So for this project, what we're going to do is actually do a breakdown rather than run you through the whole thing. Basically, because this took a little bit longer to build than the other projects, but I can still show you all the different objects and how I've created everything. Again, it's just to save on time a little bit, otherwise this would easily become a few hours long, and that's a little bit too much even for me. So let's start at the beginning, and as you can see in the viewport here, this is sort of our final result that we can play in the viewport, and it still plays back fairly quick. And there's a few things I'm going to tweak before I start explaining stuff, and one of them is I'm just going to disable the volumetrics, because we can talk about those later on in the project. And I'm going to start turning some of these collections off, so we can just start with the basics and talk about those first. So the first thing I want to cover is the landscape itself, and this is made up out of two parts basically. There's one, if we set this to rendered, there's sort of one initial part that you can see. If I turn this off real quick, sort of this landscape which has a bunch of instances in it. So this gives a really interesting look, and this by itself could also be kind of a cool project. But I use this as a base, and as you can see, it's really just a whole bunch of geometry. And if we select it here, sort of based on the other one, the wire one that I created, that sort of sits over top that. So as I turn off the wire, really the only other thing that's interesting, and I'm just going to unhide this here, is that this is just a very simple cube, or whatever you want to call it, just scaled down a little bit with a solidify and a bevel on it. So basically I started from a plane, made a solidify, and that's really just to control the length of these individual parts. I could really bring it down even further if I wanted to. And actually, that's the bevel. Let's add in more thickness, but I didn't really feel it was necessary in this case. And what we did is parent that to the original object, and then set the instancing over here to verts. Now, I'm not going to go into how I created this, well, I am going to go into it, but I'll do it on the other object because it's a little bit more interesting. Basically, these both have the same base shape with the same sort of idea going on. And the cool thing is, if we bring down the instances, you can see this is like a very cool effect that's quite controllable. And if you want to add even more, it might get a little bit slow, but there you go. You could add in as many of these instances as you wanted, and you can see the effect is quite nice, and it's fairly quick still with Eevee. The only thing that might be interesting here is just to talk about the material. And really, this color ramp is probably even not necessary because it doesn't seem like I did much with it. But all that I'm doing is just I'm grabbing a default sort of principled shader, which is white. This has a normal white color in it, and all I did was just pipe in the object info random bit here into metallic, so they all have a different metallic value, and that gives them just that little bit of randomness. And the roughness is brought down fairly low because these have an edge with the bevel to them. When you render it, you can see it slightly better, as you can see, but that tends to slow down things even further, which is why I turned it off in the viewport. But you can see those bevels, they pick up just a little bit more, and with that randomness, we get a nice, interesting looking landscape. Like I said, this could be a landscape by itself even. Interesting looking render. Now, I am using the curve, so this is just sort of, yeah, like I said, a white shader. So I did some curves here. So I'm going to turn those off for the rest of the video as well, and come back to them when we loop back to compositing. So really that's the first part done, but now how did I actually set up this landscape? And I'll show you with the other landscape instead, because it uses, like I said, exactly the same sort of setup, but it produces a slightly different result. So let's actually look at this in solid view and maybe turn on some wireframes so we can see what's going on. Now, to start with, let me select this, and there's a displace on here that doesn't need to be there. Let's just turn all of these modifiers off. So again, I just started with a plane. I believe I subdivided it and 99, or like I did 99 cuts. So there's 100, I guess, polygons on each side. And then I started with the usual vertex weight edit, where I created a landscape texture. And the cool thing about that texture is if I turn this on and then turn on the first displace, this already gives us sort of the main shape of the landscape. What I did in the texture is when you go down to the color ramp, you can actually see, when it was set to linear and there were no swatches in here, I just control clicked a few times, swapped it over to constant. And if you turn it off, this is what the texture normally looks like. And just by color ramping that, we get this sort of step terrace look. Now, obviously, I knew this was going to work quite well with the, there's another displace on here. There's a second one on here just to give it a bit more, just a bit more variation on top. And then there's a third one that just pushes it out, but I don't know how necessary that was. I think it's still left in there from when I was trying things out. But obviously I kind of knew going in, doing it this way, I was going to end up decimating this. And once again, planar decimate is our friend. And you can see this produces a really interesting look for the wireframes. So the road isn't in here yet, and I'll talk about that just in a minute as I turn on the road, and you'll see how we set that up to have these two objects interact with each other and make our life quite a bit easier. So let me just quickly talk about the shading in here. And you can see we've got two shaders in here. So the first one is sort of the hologram, main sort of hologram feeling shader for the base landscape, and then the second one is actually the shader for the wireframe. Now let's talk about the wireframe first, because that's a little bit less complicated. The other one has one or two more extra steps to it, and talk about a concept that I really hadn't touched on yet in shading. And yeah, it's just something to make your life easier. So what I did here was actually create a shading group. So if you have a bunch of shaders selected, and let's just create a few. For example, we have a principled shader, and we're going to plug a texture in there, or let's just grab the principled shader, doesn't really matter. If I hit Control G, you can actually create a group out of this. And what this will automatically do is, in this case, it's just going to create sort of a group with all of those inputs and outputs of that shader, and then give us the same output that we want. Now, if we click this and go in, let me just bring this up and make this a little bit larger. What groups allow you to do is sort of reuse parts of shaders in different places. So in this case, this looks really complicated because we've just used a BSDF. But if we look at this one, really all I'm doing is just creating an emission shader, plugging a color in there, and then the group input. And if we go into the node here, we can set inputs and outputs, and they get created automatically. So if I were to drag this color input in here, you could create a color input here as well and change it just the same. But the reason I did it like this is if we go into the hologram shader real quick, you can see I've used this same group, and this allows me to change the color in one of them. And I need to just delete this color input, otherwise it's going to get confusing. And you can see when I change the color in one of these, actually both the wireframe and the base shader change color together. And that's kind of why I made a group out of this, because I wanted to make sure they both sort of had the same color. And I left the strength separate and gave the group the strength of the group input here, so I could have separate strengths for each one. So you can see the emitter, the emitting strength of the wireframe is actually at 7.5, and the emission strength for the hologram is actually only at 2. So this gives me flexibility to kind of reuse parts of the same shader and make sure they have the same color, but also still have different strengths. And that's just a very basic introduction to shader groups, but they're enormously powerful. And really, I use them sometimes just for automation, just because they make your life a lot easier. And you just can hit tab to go in and out like you would do with edit mode. And yeah, anything that's sort of in here is linked to all the shaders, and anything coming in here in the group input is going to be unique to each setup that you create. And if you want to bring this in, you'll see if I go into group, there's actually 3 in here, and I still need to rename this one. There's a landscape emitter and there's a road emitter. And you'll see later for the road that I did the same thing. So part of the road is one color, and sort of the side of the road is the same color. So the way this was set up in the wireframe is just to set up the material offset. So then the wires are going to use that second material, and the base shape is going to use that first material. So let's actually look at that first material a little bit more and talk about what I did here, because it looks like there's a lot going on, but really there isn't. So let me take you through the first step and just plug this in here. And really what I'm doing is I'm mixing in a transparent shader similar to the wireframe, but rather than just using the factor, I'm using a Fresnel shader. So that means I can actually sort of set how visible it is depending on the angle. And you can see as I bring this down, it becomes less visible, and I bring this up, it becomes completely visible. And when we look around, you can see sort of the edges of the mesh here kind of lighting up depending on the angle that we're looking at them. The angle that we are looking at them. Yeah, that made sense. And the most important part of that is that we just get a slight variation, I guess, again, depending on where we are and where the camera is. Now, this works quite nicely for holograms because it gives you sort of an automatic fall off on them. And especially with curved surfaces, it can produce some really interesting results. Now, you saw me switch between these two shaders, and I just wanted to show the first part of the shader. And one of the main issues you can see now is that anything that's sort of behind this shader is going to become really bright and kind of mess it up a little bit. So the other thing that I'm doing is I'm bringing in the same transparent shader, and I'm using a geometry input and basically telling it, okay, so this first shader or hologram, I want you to mix in transparency once again. If anything that we can see with the camera is back facing, so anything is sort of the backside of our normals. If we mix those two together, now you can see that effect is diminished, and we can actually see through our basically see through our hologram without having the issue that the back here is lighting up completely. So that makes a huge difference, and it just makes it look a little bit nicer and a bit more readable as well. Again, if you look at the two differences here. And one thing that I could show you is if I just turn on the grids again. For example, if we were to try to solve this a different way, in the transparency settings, you can turn off show back face. But in some cases, what this is going to do is it's actually going to not let some of our other stuff come through. So if I just turn on my other landscape again, and of course, as I'm doing this, now it's going to work. So it wasn't working before, but yeah, I found that turning off show back face, it has the same sort of idea where it's not culling the back faces, so it's not like completely hiding them, but it won't show the back faces rendering. So I don't know why it wants to work now, but before it was sort of obscuring some stuff that was under it, but maybe it's just me. So this step might even be unnecessary, but it's good to know that there's two ways of doing it. And yeah, if we turn this back on, we can still see the wires here, which is quite interesting. So it's really down to what you want to do with it and how you set it up here. So yeah. So let's turn some of this stuff back off just to talk about the individual elements, and we're going to turn the grid off. And one thing we haven't really talked about yet is the fact that there's a road running through here. So I'm going to turn on my original grid here, or original landscape rather, and turn on the road. And actually, let me turn off the landscape first and show you how the road is built up, and then some of the other stuff will become quite clear. So this entire road, and let me bring this down again so we've got a bit more space, is basically controlled by one curve. So you can see if I change anything about this curve, this road will change with it. But the other thing that you might notice as well is that all of the stuff that's animated on it is coming with it. And that's sort of the reason I set this up with a curve, because you could do something with the skin modifier if you want, and maybe scale it down a little bit. But the thing with the curve is once we have the basis set up with a curve, we can animate along it, we can have objects flow along it, and basically that's what I did here. Now, let's have a quick look at the road itself and then talk about the other stuff that's sort of stuck to it. And there's another control object in here. I'm going to go out of edit mode on the curve here. And if I turn the viewport display to solid and just turn off the other stuff for now and just leave the curve and this control object on. If I turn on the landscape again, basically what's happening with this now, and I'm going to turn off the decimate and the wireframe just to keep things a little bit quicker and a little bit clearer. I've made a second, I've made basically two vertex groups or vertex weights in here. One of them being for the landscape, and that's just an empty vertex weight, and the other one is for the road. Now, if we go into the road one, let's go into vertex weight. You can see this is completely painted red. So really all I did was just go into edit mode, make sure the weight was set to 1, and hit assign with everything selected to completely fill this up. And basically what I did then is, if we now very quickly look at the other vertex weight modifier that's in here, that's called the vertex weight proximity. And basically the way this works is you can have an object or an object's faces or edges or vertices kind of have this vertex weight be revealed. So I selected the road vertex group, and I know this is completely red, so it's completely filled up. And if I turn on this modifier, basically what you'll see is we can use this target object And we can basically tell it that, like, hey, whenever this object is close, and remember, we're doing this before all of the displaces, whenever this object is close, I want you to take away sort of parts of that. So basically, you can see, you can control the fall off here by saying, okay, the lowest parts have to be quite close to it, and the highest parts give me a little bit of a fall off. And because this is all set up, again, completely procedurally, we can always go into edit mode for the curve, and unfortunately we can't see it, but maybe what we could do is just add a very temporary displace node in here. And I'm going to use the road vertex group. And here you can see exactly what's going on. We could have done this with dynamic paint as well, but seeing that this road isn't going to move, I did it with the vertex weight proximity. So now you can see as I move this along, this is actually completely procedural, and the landscape will move along with it. So with that set up, it was just a case of, again, mixing these two together. So if we turn on the first displace again, what we'll be able to see is basically all I did, I said, okay, in the vertex weight, another vertex weight mix. So we used an edit to create the landscape with the textures. We used a proximity to kind of create that mask, and then we use a vertex weight edit to mix those two together. And basically all I'm saying is, all right, I know everything on the outside here is at vertex weight 1 in the road, and everything on the inside here is at 0. So if I multiply my original scape, so my original landscape vertex weight, and I multiply that by the road, I know everything here is actually going to go down. And again, we can see the same thing. And all we're doing is just still using the scape in the displace, but because we've affected it with the vertex weight mix, we now get a completely, yeah, it's cool. We get a completely procedural landscape basically. And again, as I move this around, you can see everything in action. So you could even animate this if you wanted to. But for a case like a road, this is perfect. This gives us just enough flexibility. Together with the landscape controller here, we could just fly around until we find sort of the perfect looking landscape, make sure we've got something that we like, and then sort of adjust our road to anything we want. And again, this just shows the power of this workflow. It's incredibly fun to use, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I said, I like setting up stuff this way, and this control object is essentially just hidden because I don't really need it, and the road itself is actually created in a different way. So if we go look back at that, we know there's a flat part here. So really all this is just a plane with some subdivisions, and I could have gone full array and displace on it, but for now this is fine. I've just got one long plane with a bunch of subdivisions, as you can see. I can see them somehow. So if we go into edit mode, oh, grabbed something else there it seems. You can see there's just a couple of subdivisions along each one, and that allows us to put the road along a curve. So when we go back out here, if we just bring this down, so this is the default road. There's a displace on here to just move it backwards to kind of fit it. Because I'll do some subdivision first. If I turn off optimal display, I want just a little bit more subdivisions before I put it on our curve.road. So that's that same control object that we used before to create the sort of the dip in the landscape. And because this is all stuck to one curve, whenever I change that one thing, the landscape will change, the road will change, everything will change together, which is really, really nice. And like I said, it just makes your life so much easier. And then the last thing I did was just add in a solidify, and then we can come to shading on the road here as well. If we go to rendered, basically I did similar thing to what I did with the wireframe on this first landscape, is I basically offset the material by 1, and we've got one hologram road shader. And again, this is set up with alpha blend, just a mix shader and a transparent, and then mixing in another emission shader, and again a group, so we can have the same color in each one. And I really encourage you to take apart this this blend file when you get a chance, because it's a lot of fun to use. And you can see it really, you know, just when you see it in action, it kind of clicks when you start playing with it as well. And again, just the side of the road is a little bit brighter than the top and bottom of the road. And this makes it, gives it sort of an interesting look as we sort of flop around here in the viewport. Now, we can't really talk about the road and not talk about the other stuff that's in there. So I'm just going to turn off this road control to make sure it doesn't render. And let's talk about these blips and circles and text and line. So the way these are set up, basically there's just one object, this blip, and it's just a little dot, and it's sort of the main targeting thing. And let me just turn off the wireframes here for a second and turn off the landscape so we can see exactly what's going on. Maybe switch to solid mode. And so we've got this main little blip that moves along a road, and then we've got these targets that animate. We've got a little line sticking up, and then we've got this text, and those each sort of have a similar idea to them, but basically everything depends on this target blip. So you'll see if I animate this differently, when we go into the constraints, you'll see as I animate this, all the other stuff comes with it. Now, we could do this in a multitude of ways. We could either parent everything to it, but I don't necessarily need extra rotation on some of this stuff. So I used other constraints to kind of make this work. So if we look at the base mesh here, and really it's just another one of those cubes with a subdivision and a cast on it just to make it round in case I needed more subdivisions. Again, I'm so used to doing it this way. There's, you could use just a sphere or something for this as well. But basically, what we've got here is this one blip, and it's animating along the curve. So as we mess with the position here, we can see those animate with it. Now this one, rather than parenting to it, I just use constraints instead. And you've got a couple of constraints that are interesting here. And the first one is the copy location constraint. And basically all that's going to do is just copy the location of the blip. So everything is targeted sort of towards the blip here. You can see as the blip turns, this will also turn with it. So you could use these separately. And in our case, all I just wanted to do is make sure that if I turn this back on, my blips here, or my sort of circles here that animate up and down, are stuck to the blip, and they rotate with it. In the case of the line, we don't really need the rotation, so it's just a constraint with the location copy. So that just copies the location of this main blip here. These text objects are quite interesting because they just use copy location as well. And because we use the copy location here, we can sort of animate them around, or we could rotate them around. And the cool thing is we can kind of point them towards the camera. We could even have them track towards the camera if we wanted to with like a damp track or a track 2. But this is really all I needed. So grab those, copy to the location. And again, this just animates up and down. And they're just nicely tracking to it. And that's really all we need to do to get this to work. So if we look at this, there's a couple things I need to talk about the render here real quick. And first, before I do that, let's talk about this animation. So let's bring up another little tab here. And as you can see, I've only really got 2 keyframes. So as we see this sort of animate up and down, again, we used our friends, the keyframe modifiers, and in this case, the cycles modifier, which just set to repeat motion on each one. So it's just going to repeat that animation every single time. We could repeat it mirrored, for example, if we wanted to, and now it's going to sort of scale up and down, and we'd have to copy that over to each one to make it work. So let's delete this one and do that one, and now you can see it animates up and down. So, and it looks like the Z scale isn't correct yet. One of them isn't. There we go. This one isn't. So, and now it just animates up and down. So we could have done that just as easily, but yeah, for this case, I just used repeat motion because I sort of wanted that craziness to it, and I didn't put in a whole lot of extra work with any curves or anything. But it just goes to show it doesn't matter how long our scene is, that's going to repeat forever. So with that done, let's talk about some of the shaders on those. And these target ones are fairly basic. It's really just an emission shader. This bottom one is an emission shader, but the same thing where I've mixed in a transparent. So we start with a base transparent and we mix in emission. Again, we'd have to set this to alpha blend to make it work, but you can see, here we go. This is sort of animated on and off. So if we select this mix shader and we go back to our curve editor here, You can see I've done the same thing. Really, all I've just animated is this on and off. And if you set the keyframe type here in interpolation to constant, basically what it's going to do is it's going to hold that value until it finds a new value. So I've got a value of 0 here, a value of 1 here, as you can see the keyframe, a value of 0 again. And now it's just going to blink on and off because again, we've added in these keyframe modifiers at the end that just repeat the motion. The same thing as with the little circles going up and down. So, but yeah, you can animate shaders as well, which is great because it just saves you a lot of time. You could even do this in After Effects if you wanted to, but I just wanted to sort of proof of concept this in Blender so I can show you everything sort of works. And then the final part to this would be the shader for the line here, and I sort of wanted this to fall off a little bit and come up a little bit further towards the target text here. And the easiest way to do this is basically a curve for a reason, because in the curve it's gonna automatically generate UVs for us, and if we plug in a gradient texture into the UV, so let's just solo that, you can see it actually just kind of maps it along the length of the curve. And we could even go in here and change the length of the curve, and hopefully this will be somewhat visible. But as we make it smaller or larger, it still maps to it perfectly. So let me turn that on and off and do that again real quick. So you can see if I make this a little bit thicker, now you'll be able to see it better. So in edit mode, still got that top one connected, and you can see it sort of maps that to the curve no matter how long it is. So that's quite nice. Let's just undo. Let's see, local view. There we go. Now it's back to what it was. And with that curve mapped, I'm just using that to control the transparency and the emission being mixed together. So if we mix those together, now we get a nice sort of transparent fall off towards the edge of the curve. And again, we could use a color ramp like I've done in this instance, just to sort of recurve that gradient texture a little bit. So it's all up to you the way you want to do it, but that's the way this is set up. So now we kind of know how the landscape and the road kind of mix together. So if we turn on all the modifiers here for the road again, that's the second displace, and then that third displace just pushes it out a little bit. Like I said, it wasn't really necessary, but it's still in there. It's kind of just to make the two landscapes here when I turn on the instance. Let me just hide the cube again. Really what I was doing with that last displace, just to show you why it's in there, is just pushing it out just a little bit. So a little bit more of these wireframes become visible, and it wasn't super necessary. So yeah, for the end result, you don't really need to turn it on if you don't want to. And here you can see as well that that metal shader on all these different cubes doing its work, and give us sort of a more interesting looking landscape to play with. Now, let's turn these two collections off and go into the final one, which is sort of the grids. You can see there's a few grids going on here, and I just wanted a little bit more sort of movement as I put this up, and it's not super visible because these are quite fine, but I just wanted a little bit more sort of above the landscape moving around, and I hope this is going to be somewhat visible in the recording. So I might just turn this up a little bit. So basically, let's start actually with this first sort of 3D grid, this volume grid, and I don't need to go into edit mode. Let's just solo that to see what's going on. And I still need to be able to select it. There we go. So let's see, let's look at what's going on here. So again, trying to make this as visible as possible. So we've got an element here at the bottom, this axis element, and as you can see, this is a curve element, and it's just got two different thicknesses of curve. So when you select any curve in this element, for example, if you hit Alt S, which is the same as shrink and fatten in edit mode, you can actually make different curves within the same object at different thicknesses. So all I've done is just create this like cross, and basically, and you can see this now propagated in the particle system. And then I've created a secondary set of lines sort of coming out, pointing on each axis. So when we actually duplicate these, And we could have probably done this with an array as well, but I just wanted to do this with particles to show you've got options in there as well. When we bring these all together, you'll actually see them. Now, just as a proof of concept, I'm gonna fatten these up about 10 times just so we can see what's going on in the grid while I'm explaining this. So now you can see these have become a lot fatter and they're stuck together. And the other cool thing about curves is they can also have more than one material on them. So any curve that you sort of select, you can assign materials just the same way you can do with meshes. So if we just set this to rendered, you can see the cross part sort of has, or the axis part has like a orange shader. And if we go to the second slot, the particle line actually has sort of a red shader. And I've mixed two checker textures in here with the technique that we discussed before that sort of messes with the vector coordinates. And basically what that does, it just breaks up these lines a little bit and just makes them look a little bit more, I don't know, I guess technical or cybery or whatever you want to call it. On this big one, the effect is a little bit weird, but I chose the checker texture over the brick texture in this case because it does allow for 3D coordinates. And the other thing I want to mention about this as well is rather than using object coordinates, and I can demo this very quickly if I just put in a texture coordinate node. If I throw in object coordinates, what you'll see is now that, let's just scale this down a little bit just to show you the difference. What you'll see is now they're going to be sort of the same on each one of these. You can sort of see the same repeating pattern. And let's scale this up even more. So now if we look at these particles, you can sort of see that same repeating pattern, and I wanted it to be broken up more randomly. So the other sort of coordinate that you could use for this is the position coordinate in the geometry node. And this basically gives you world space 3D coordinates, which means even in a particle system, if we look at all these different shaders, now if I just bring the scale up again, and I won't bring it up quite as small, or maybe I will, just to make sure that the effect works. And this is still set to object. There we go. So plugging that in, now if we look at these side by side, they'll actually be slightly different because we're using world space coordinates rather than object space coordinates. So that's a kind of an interesting extra little tip here when using coordinates. And it just gives us a little bit more randomness, just looks a little bit cooler. And really, the way to set this up in the particle system, if we go into this volume object, similar to what we did with something like the dust motes, where we just have a collection here with those grid particles in there, and we set it to like -1, the lifetime to some ludicrous amount, and then turn off the physics so we have static particles. Rather than setting this to jittered or random. So if we set this to jittered, we're going to get like a normal sort of particle system where there's a whole bunch of these. And let me just go back to solid view. Now you've got a whole bunch together. Or if we set this to random, that's sort of what we did before. But there's also a grid mode in the particle mode, or in the particle system. And that allows you to kind of distribute these as a grid. And you can set the resolution higher and lower if you want. And this will give us a denser or less dense grid. And I set this to 6 just because I want a little bit extra stuff. So and really this quick and easy to set up, and you can see now we get sort of an interesting looking grid. What I am going to go do though is just go back into the axis, select everything, and then hit Alt S and 0.1 because that's what I remember I fattened it up with. So now we're back to the original size here, and you can see now we've got these sort of cool grid lines running through our scene. And you can see they're not perfect because they don't really meet up at one end, but from the camera view, who cares? They work. That's the most important part, I think. And just get that little bit extra. And I believe the depth of field here is freaking out because we turned off that object in the scene. But you can see as we move through, we just get a little bit extra more lateral movement. And yeah, it just looks a little bit nicer. It gives a little bit more parallax to the scene. And as we turn everything back on, you can kind of see this happening now. And there's some other stuff I want to talk about in the grids there before we wrap this up. So in the final sort of bit with the grids here, there's some other grids at the bottom, and they're very basic. We don't really need to spend too much time on those. Really, they're just two planes each one here with a subdivision and a wireframe modifier. So they're two separate ones, and there's one that has slightly less subdivisions with a bit of a thicker wireframe. There's another one with slightly smaller subdivisions. If you look at the shader here, same setup as all the other shaders, where it's a transparent shader being mixed in with an emission shader. And the reason I do that is just so you get this feeling of transparency when there's two things kind of crossing over each other. I think with the big one, yeah, if we were to bring this down, you can see they sort of mix together, and in certain cases you probably won't even see it, but once you start layering all this stuff together, it really does help that they're kind of transparent and stuck together and kind of nicely blending together. So if we turn on this volume again, we get all of the grids in our scene. If we go back into our camera view, now you can see sort of where all those grids are. And if we turn this all back on, you can see there's actually an edge here which is visible. So I might just move that and fix that in the final file. So we could even grab that big and small grid, just move it up a little bit on the y-axis, move it up a little bit on the x-axis, and now we won't be able to see the edges of our grid quite as much. So there we go. We can see them here, but not there. So we might just scale them up or something like that, just to make sure that they're in the camera view. Now, it's not the end of the world, but you don't really notice it when you render it. But yeah, that's basically all the elements in the scene, and especially the landscape, I think, is one just to look at and have fun with, because, like I said, there's so much you can do with that sort of setup where it's all stuck together. This one last plane, by the way, is just a black plane, sort of similar to what we did in the VJ tunnel, where I'm just sort of limiting the end of the scene. I was trying stuff out with mist before, with a mist pass. That didn't really pan out, but because we have shaders that are see-through and all of these little sort of squares aren't stuck together, if we don't have anything in the bottom of our scene, our mist pass will sort of go on indefinitely in some of those gaps, and it'll look kind of weird. So in this case, I didn't end up using the mist, but I just had this black ground plane. It's just got a black diffuse shader on it, just to kind of ground everything and make sure there's sort of no infinite space behind what we're looking at. And yeah, I think that like sort of brings us to the final part of this. And when we look at this, the reason this is really bright is because I added in some volumetrics to the world shader as well. And just adding these in will darken your scene. But the cool thing is, as we move around, it's not super visible, but you just kind of get the feeling of clouds passing over, and that just gives it a little bit more depth. And you can see as I turn this on and off, it does take away a lot from the final color. So that's why a lot of those shaders are set up to be quite bright. But again, if we just look at this, it's a wave texture which has been distorted. So if I set the distortion to 0, you'll see sort of the wave texture in action here. And I set it to rings rather than bands this time. If we set it to bands on the z-axis here, you can see exactly what's going on, especially with this color ramp. But in this case, I just set it to rings. And as we bring the distortion up, and again, this is very scene dependent on how large you want to make this. It just gives it a little bit more layers as we're flying through this. Maybe in this case, bands could work just as well, so it feels a little bit more like clouds. Maybe that's even better. Now you can see sort of almost cloud layers they could feel like. So yeah, in the final file, I might have just fixed this this grid at the bottom and maybe set this to bands instead of rings. But for the most part, it looks pretty good anyway. As long as it looks good, it doesn't really matter that much. So yeah, and that, like I said, just adds in that little bit extra. It just makes it feel a little bit more alive, a little bit more big. And I like those kinds of things, those little elements and details that bring it in. Now, to make sure that this actually looks okay, we have to light it up. So if we turn off the backlight and turn off the principled volume shader here, you'll see because everything is actually an emission shader, we don't really need lighting. Now, this is completely over the top because of that volume. If we just bring in the volume without lighting, we get sort of a noise texture over everything. And that could be a perfectly good hack as well if you just want to bring that down. But this backlight actually just gives it a little bit more and just brings it in. And what I've done here is just parent that backlight to the camera so it moves with it. So if we were to unparent it here for a second, Now you can see as we move along towards the end of the scene, we're going to be a lot closer to the light and it's going to get a lot brighter. So to keep this consistent, that's sort of the reason I parented it to the camera, so it stays at the same distance, so the fog sort of stays the same. Yeah, it just sort of feels the same and stays about as bright throughout the entire scene. So yeah, with that said, I mean, this is looking pretty cool. Let's turn off our overlays again. This is sort of our final result, and I'll just run through the final sort of tweaks and compositing that I've added, and I'll start with the color first. So again, like I did in previous scenes, I've just used the curves here, and really all I did was just bring down the main one here. This makes it a little bit darker. So if you compare it to this, just bring it down, a little bit more contrast, and then I've turned up the red here as well. So if we bring this down, see it was a bit more blue before. You can just see that slightly bit more contrast. I don't think I did anything with the red and the green and blue channels, but yeah, with the red, just adds a little bit more warmth to it. That was quite nice. And then I think everything here is turned on. So for the final sort of steps here, let's just render a frame so we can see the difference. See, a few more things get added in just for a dramatic effect, I guess. And one of those is our lens distortion, and I'll actually turn off some of the other stuff. You can see the last few steps. So if we grab this, grab all of these, turn it off. Here you can see the first thing I like to do, especially with holograms, is a little bit of lens distortion really helps. Again, it's up to you to set these settings, but that dispersion definitely makes it feel a little bit more holographic, or like you're looking at a screen somehow. And then the other thing I did was add in a vignette. So as we did before, we create an ellipse mask and then blur it out, and then use a mix RGB node to kind of blend that in using multiply. So you can see it just focuses a little bit more in on the target, and together with that lens distortion effect, you get kind of an interesting look. And as a final sort of extra little thing, all I did was add in a little bit of glare. And you can see as we zoom in a little bit here, this adds a little bit to the road and the target. And again, similar to what we did before in some of the other videos, we bring in the glare node and make sure to set it to fog glow and set the mix to 1. That way we're only getting our glows, and then we can mix it back in with add here. And that way we can turn it on and off. We could overdo it if we wanted to, if we set it to 1, or we could bring it all the way down and give it a little bit less. But yeah, that's basically the workflow for this. And you can see this builds on some of the other techniques we've seen in the shorter videos. And there's just so much you could do with this. And once you get a feel for it, you can really kind of let your imagination go wild and your creativity go wild and just have a whole bunch of fun with it. And I'm noticing that maybe it's a little bit darker than what we had before. So if I set this back to rings, there we are. That's a little bit more the result that we had, but it looks pretty cool nonetheless. I'm quite happy with the result here. And this took me, I would say, roughly 2 to 3 hours to set up from start to finish. So yeah, I would say pull this file apart, look at how some of this stuff is stuck together, and it's really extremely useful to work with. And you can see the final render here at full HD takes, I think, what is it, 4 seconds? There we go, 4 seconds for this one. So again, super fast result, looks really fun, and there's so much you can do with this. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown. I think this is definitely another great project, just showcasing all the techniques. And yeah, with that said, it's time to move on to the next section. So in this section, I just quickly want to break down some of the titles that were used to create the promotional stuff for the course, mainly because they're a great, I guess they're a great example of how to set up stuff quite quickly and use some of the techniques that I've shown you in the course, just to get some interesting looking backgrounds and things like that. And let's actually start with that background. So let me turn some stuff off here. Actually, let's turn pretty much everything off and turn on the modeling, because the final backgrounds were kind of collapse down to meshes just to make them render a little bit quicker, but I've left in the original modeling stuff in here as well, so you can just look at the modifier stack. And for the first one, all we're doing here is just subdividing and throwing an array on there. And let me turn off the second one here. So I'm going to start with the blocks, which is the simpler one of the two. But again, subdivision surface, and then an array. Just have a few layers. I think it's 5 in this case. Yep. A displace, and then a second displace on top of that. These are both just using textures. I'm not using any vertex groups for these yet. But again, the cell noise texture is providing us with kind of a crazy mesh here. But what I did was similar to what we did previously in the course, where we just grabbed a remesh modifier and set it to blocks. And now you can see we get a really sort of interesting technical look. And add into that a vertex group. So when I turn this on, and let me just grab the right one. This one's called mask. You'll see there's some weirdness here if we actually show this in edit mode as well. So it'll take a second. It doesn't feel like showing. That's fine. No worries. Let's just go back out. There we go. Back out into object mode. And yeah, really all I'm doing is just adding in a mask here. Again, with, I think, let's have a look. Again, with a cell noise. It's just layered, and they're slightly larger and smaller, so they don't always overlap, so you get kind of different patterns. And with that vertex weight, we add in a mask modifier, put that in there, and that way we just break it up completely. And finally, if we look at the topology now, because we remeshed it into blocks, we still have all those extra little bits and bobs. And really just to clean up the mesh a little bit, I add in a planar decimate at the very end. And now this will give us somewhat clean geometry, as much as you can call this clean, but just a little bit more optimized. And that way, when these two background objects, when I actually convert them down to meshes, it'll be less polygons and just a little bit quicker overall. So to quickly kind of run past the second one, it's basically the same idea. So again, these two share most of their DNA down to the fact that they're remeshed. And you can see this is a slightly bigger pattern or a slightly different pattern. So I messed with the textures just a little bit. And then turning on a vertex weight to mask stuff out once again. Exactly the same as we did with the other object, decimating it. And really the only thing I've done here is add in a second group, which is called wire. And that's to affect the thickness of the wireframe. So all of this stuff was covered in a different lesson, which is why I'm kind of glossing over it a little bit here. But it just goes to show you, with a bit of creative thinking, again, you could use this as a background or something. And if we layer these two together now and give it a second to calculate, we actually get somewhat intricate looking background, and it looks like it didn't change too many of the shaders or the textures of the base shape, so they even fit together a little bit. But again, it's just a very quick way to generate these. And now if we look at these, they're actually not the same because I think I flipped one of these over to get a bit more of an interesting pattern. So I think it's rotated somehow, either one or the other. There we go. So this one was rotated 180 degrees. And again, they don't have to fit together. Once you have these as a mesh, you can just play around with them. And let's quickly talk about the shaders on these as well. So let's go into our material preview and open up our shading view here. And let's look at the wire first, because this is the more interesting of the two. And as you can see, we sort of have a pattern running through. And really all I did was grab a brick texture and just mapped it on object coordinates. And that means it probably won't look completely right on sort of a normal looking object, but because we have all this complex geometry, when we animate it, it doesn't actually look too bad at all. I think it looks correct either from this side or from down here somewhere, but it's not the worst thing, because if we look at it like this, it kind of looks like it's flowing through it, and it makes some more interesting animation. And putting that through a color ramp, we get a nice little mask that we can use. And the base shader is somewhat metallic, just a little bit, but doesn't do that much. But then the shader being mixed in is just an emission shader with a multiply on that as well. So we use that same mask not only to mix it in, but kind of multiply the strength by it. So we get a little bit of difference in the strength as well. And you can see that as I crank it up, you've still got a couple of parts. So it's a little bit darker than the other ones. So let me just undo that for a second. There we go. Just to break it up and give it a bit more variation again. And then for the blocks object, if we go back out here, let's select it, zoom into it. There we go. Really all this is, and let me bring in some lighting here so you can actually see it. It's just a fully metallic shader, which isn't too rough, just a little bit of roughness in it, with a bit of a color in it. That way when we start bringing in some of the lights here, let's just turn everything on. So we've got the full scene. Go back out. You can see as I turn on and off some of these lights, they're going to start lighting it up, but because it's blue, we get a nice little contrast with the orange in the emission shader, and whatever lights we put on it, while they do color it a little bit, you'll always get a lot of that blue here in the middle, because I know I'm working with some brighter and less saturated lights around the text. So let's move on to the text. And this is something you'll see in the other scenes, so I'll explain it a little bit more in depth in this one, but not necessarily in the other ones because it's the same idea. So most of this text, it kind of does two things. So if I were to just unparent these real quick, and let's move them up here. If I just play this, you'll see this text kind of moves out, and they're two text objects. By moving them out, all I'm really doing is just animating the character spacing. Now, obviously, you'll have to animate it the same on each one, or just animate it once and then copy it over. But more importantly, to get this kind of layered effect, we just use two text objects, one with a bit of offset here, so you can see kind of pushes out a little bit, and the other one with no offset and a bit of a smaller bevel. But you can combine these any way you want. You can layer them multiple times even. You don't have to stick to twice. But to get kind of an interesting effect, and let me just see if I can undo back to where I cleared the parent here, so they're still stuck. There we go. So now they're still just stuck to one empty. That empty kind of animates and moves everything in. And really it's just to separate it from the background a little bit. But also all of the lights are parented to it, so they kind of the lighting stays consistent on the text as we move along. And here you can see all of that stuff kind of in action. It kind of separates away from the background. The camera moves out a little bit as well to get that feeling that the background's moving away, and all of our lights come with it. So if we look at these shaders now, the first sort of back shader is a metallic shader. And to get it to light up really nicely, we've got this backlight here. Really all that's just doing, or not the backlight rather, the text backlight, that's the one I'm looking for. And all that's just doing is, if I turn this off and on, you'll see is really just kind of coming straight from the back and lighting up the sides of that text. And that's a really nice technique to kind of bring this out and have this separate from the background. So yeah, and then the inside is using sort of a similar technique that what we did before. So I'm grabbing one brick texture and using it to manipulate the coordinates of a second brick texture. And if we just look at these two, so this is the one with the manipulated coordinates, and this is just the regular one, and you can see how that affects the second one. And again, a fully metallic shader, and I'm using the manipulated brick texture for the roughness here, and a little bit of bump as well. That gives us sort of a techie looking texture very quickly. It's not super visible in the final render. I could even probably take it out, but I had built it at that point, and I was still kind of looking for the way everything was set up together, and kind of trying to find some styles that work within the text that I've used. So yeah, and other than that, there's really only a few lights just adding into the scene. So we've got a red one over on this side. We've got a white one over, there we go, over on this side, just to color the two separate sides here a little bit differently. And a backlight, which is a really big blue backlight, which if we look at it and we turn it off, you can see now the background becomes quite dark. Just by adding this in, we get a little bit of lighting on all these sides, and it just adds in a little bit more. Now, if we turn off the blue and green text lights here, which is, I believe the blue one is the bottom one and the green one is the top one. There we go. There is some mist in the scene. So if we go into our world settings here, you can see there's some mist just adding to the scene as I turn this on. Again, just makes everything a little bit more moody, and it kind of leads your eye a little bit into the text, both that blue and green light. And you can see as we progress, because the camera's moving backwards and the text is sort of moving towards the camera as well, these lights will back away a little bit further from the background. And because they get a little less bright, I believe I used custom distance on some of these, yeah, just so they kind of point at the text and maybe the start of the structure here. As we move backwards, they actually dim a little bit as well and give even more sort of focus to the modeling text. And I think I made like 3 seconds out of all of these little text things, or these little titles, just so I knew I would have enough to edit with, and I could just pick whatever looked good. So yeah, that's a very quick overview of this first one. Let's move on to the next one, which should be the animation one. For the animation title, this is actually quite a fun project. Again, kind of showcasing how quickly you can set some of this stuff up. And you might be surprised at how simple some of these scenes are, because outside of these 2 lights, all we've got is 2 text objects and 1 plane, and that's about it really. Now, the plane is sort of the main attraction here. If we play this, it's not going to be super fast, unfortunately. And let me just go in here, maybe turn down some subdivisions at the end here. And let's just run through the modifier stack. So again, looks kind of crazy, but it's quite hard to see. Let's go up and turn that one off. There we go. Now we get a bit of a more of a real-time idea. And this looks kind of overly complex, but really it's very doable, again, with the techniques that we've seen so far. So when we get into this, and I'm going to leave that subsurf turned down just to keep everything going a little bit faster. And I'm going to turn some of these down, and let's just start at the beginning. There we go. So actually start with a vertex group. If we go into weight paint mode, called mask, and what this is a vertex weight proximity modifier. So we talked about that as well very briefly in one of the videos, where basically all I'm doing is this vertex group, the mask vertex group, by default is just 100% full. So I just went in and in edit mode, just grabbed everything, hit assign on the mask, and that filled it up. And what we're doing here with the vertex weight proximity is we're using that inner text object. And if I go back out of weight paint mode here, so text inner, as I move this around, you can see this actually reacts to it. So I'm just using that text that I know is going to be there as a mask to sort of mask out my displace. And I could have probably set this up a little bit more simple. So you can see by default, this is sort of what the mask does. And I just recurved a little bit just to make the fall off a little bit sharper, to make the animation sort of feel more like it's a little bit stuck in there. And then I created a displace vertex group. So if we go in, again, sort of similar idea that what we did before. And the reason I did it this way is so that I could then kind of remove the mask from the displace vertex weight. So if I turn it on, you can see this is just a sort of a normal mask. If I turn that off rather, and now I turn it back on, now you can see that that gets, I believe, multiplied. There we go, because I know this is set down to 0 because everything else was red and only the inside was blue. And now I'm just multiplying everything by that one, so that way it stays sort of flat. And really this sort of second step where I set up the vertex weight with the texture for the displacement could also really just be a texture in the displace. You don't necessarily have to do this and then just use the mask vertex group instead. But I didn't want to change this and cheat. I just wanted to show you, like, I set this up because I was thinking maybe I need to do something more complex, or I was just kind of messing about, and it worked out. Again, I could go in and optimize this, delete these 2 vertex weight modifiers, and put the same texture that I put in here just in the displace, and just use the mask as a vertex group. But it wasn't necessary. As long as it works, you can see it plays, it works just fine. So to get that animation, we actually have a little helper object here. Now let me just bring this out a little bit more. We've got a controller called control displace. Again, this is just animating upwards and outwards a little bit, so up and to the back. And again, this was just done with those drivers that we created at the very start of the course in the animation section, just to get a little bit of animation in there. And if it doesn't have to loop, these are really great because you can just throw them in there and you'll know it'll sort of move at a constant speed. And if we go back to the object, if we go back to the displaces here, and we turn some of these extra ones off. So this is sort of what it looks like by default using just those masks that we set up with the vertex weights before. And then just adding, this is an empty displace with the mid-level set to 0. I'm still using that same group because I don't want to push everything forward. But if you displace something that's already been displaced, it's going to start pushing out on the normals, and it gives you sort of this more blobby effect where it feels like it's kind of pushing into one another. And I think I even do it again here. Oh no, this is just to push it back. So this one just pushes back. But you can see as you increase this second one, for example, you can see it looks like almost like organic or some kind of weird mass. And that just sort of helps. And as we push the subdivisions up, you'll see that effect is a lot more pronounced, even though it gets a little bit slower. But it just looks like kind of nasty and organic and gooey, and kind of like that feeling. So one of the things I definitely do when I'm using this is turn on a smooth modifier, because you can see you could really clean up a lot of that geometry and it won't sort of like flip out as much when it animates and look weird. So yeah, just turning on a smooth makes a huge difference, and it's a fairly fast operation. And at the very end, I throw in another subdivision surface just to kind of get that mesh looking extra smooth. And you can see it's not real time anymore, but it's still fast enough to calculate. And the other stuff is really just down to the shading. So as we set up in the modeling sort of titles before, we had two text objects, and similar idea here, just with a separate offset, an inside and an outside one. Only in this case, the outside one actually has an emission shader on it. Let's just very briefly look at that. So it's just a noise texture into a color ramp into the color of the emission. And all I've just done is animate this a little bit. It won't show because there's a driver in there. Again, you can see I use the same idea with those drivers, even in a vector location. So they're really usable everywhere. And as I play this, and let me just turn down the subdivisions of this thing again, so we get a bit more of a real-time preview. You can see, because I've animated this on the Z-axis, so by default, the text is actually turned 90 degrees on the X-axis. So the Z-axis is actually going front to back in this case, because I've rotated it to look at the camera. You can see it just moves backwards, but it just gives a little bit of variation for sort of the reflections here to change a little bit. You'll see there's like brighter and darker parts, and they kind of correlate to the brighter and darker parts here. And the very last part of this really fancy looking animation is the shader on the mesh here. Let's have a quick look at that. And again, this is a fairly straightforward shader. It's really just a wave texture, which is affecting a Musgrave texture. So you can see that vector coordinates trick. I use it all the time. But if we animate that first wave texture, and you can see it has a separate mapping tab here, as we animate this, and again, it's not going to do anything because there's a driver in there, but as I play this, you can see it sort of distorts the Musgrave texture. And there's two reasons for this. One is because the topology is changing. And actually, no, there's not. So there we go. So if we would have set this to object, both the changes of the topology and the animation would have interacted together. But in this case, I forgot I was just using UVs for this. So again, all of the animation that you see in the texture is just by animating this wave texture that is distorting this Musgrave texture. And add that to like the already kind of gooey looking animation. And this is piped into a map range, first of all, just to get some effects here. Let's let it calculate for a second. There we go. And really all I'm doing with this is just kind of getting a bit less contrast in there, just so we have a bit more values to play with. And then I map it again for the roughness, and again throw in the bump. And because now you've got like separate roughness and bump for these each one of these ridges, as they animate on top of the already animating mesh, you get this really lush effect. That can sometimes be a little bit hard to control. It took some tweaking in like the sizes and things to make sure it didn't sort of flip out all that much. But the final effect is quite convincing, and makes it look a lot more complex than it really is. But it's sort of this living, breathing surface. And I really like that idea, really like that look. And again, as we did with the modeling, let's just have a very quick look at our final composite here. And for this one, first of all, just again added in a vignette, because whatever we were looking at here is in the middle. So if I turn this back off, you can see there's a really big one here. I felt that this felt just a little bit better. Without it, there's just a lot going on the side, and you kind of miss the point here in the middle. Again, this is all to taste, obviously. And then actually have lens distortion, which animates. So it just gets a little bit more extreme towards the end of the video, just to give you that feeling that the animation, yeah, there's just a little bit more going on. And one of the things I hadn't mentioned yet before we finish up with the compositing here is there's two lights. There's really only two light sources in this scene that are making use of the fact that this is kind of a metallic shader reflecting at different roughnesses. And they're just parented to one empty, I believe here, control.lights. And if I select all of this stuff, you'll see they actually just turn around a little bit. Really, I was just too lazy to animate them, and I parented them because I just wanted to animate one object. And then once again typed in the frame number here. And when we play this, you can see they just animate by themselves. No big deal. Again, I wanted to move somewhat quickly with this promo stuff. Just, you know, as I'm working on it, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Obviously, I want it to look cool, but also I just wanted to make use of all the techniques that we talked about. And then finally, again, there's like noise on here, which may or may not be very visible in the recording. So you just see a little bit, and I always zoom in a lot just to be able to show you in the recording. But again, what this does, if we look at it completely, there's not that much difference. I can see it on the screen here, but it just softens the contrast a little bit and brings everything together. And then finally, again, just some softening and sharpening, which is nigh impossible to see on the recording, and is again just down to personal preference. So yeah, you can see really outside of the text and like the two text objects and the one mesh object, there's really no other geometry in this scene, and that's it. So I like to think that it looks more complex than that, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe you can see it quite clearly, but it looks cool anyway. But again, just a good use of techniques that we talked about, and a nice sort of result we get from it. So yeah, with that said, let's move on to the next title, which is the shading title. The shading title was probably one of the more fun ones to create. Not that the other ones weren't fun, but I just really like this effect, and it's quite easy to set up actually, and I kind of just want to walk you through it. Before I do that though, I just want to talk about the text again, just so we get that over with, and then we can focus on the other stuff. So again, as before, two text objects with a bit of an offset. And if we go into the lighting here and just set this up, I'm just going to turn off the overlays here. We've got one, which is a text backlight, again, to highlight sort of these edges. So that's this one that shows up behind here. And there's one at the top and the bottom, which just adds in a little bit of color here. You can see it a little bit in the background, but mainly it was just to add color into the shading. And these are very subtle. They were a bit more pronounced in the beginning, the first time I rendered this out, and then I went back and changed some stuff. They're still in there, but you can see they just add that little bit extra color in it. Just make them feel a little bit more at home in the environment, because there's sort of red and blue going on. So yeah, with that said, let's turn off this text stuff and let's actually look at the rest of this environment, because that's what really kind of makes this one shine. And as you can see, so let me turn this off. And did I turn anything else off? No. Okay, so I've just got this outer wall. And if you remember when we did the VJ tunnel, we actually had this outer wall set up at the start to kind of make the mist or something work like this. And I do this a lot in these kind of tunnels, so they have something extra to maybe bounce or reflect off. And in this case, you won't really notice a difference outside of the fact that, as you can see here, the mist sort of runs through it. And just closing this off, and I believe this has a very basic shader. Yeah, it's just a black diffuse shader. Just closing this off gives it a bit more of a tight feel. You can see how this one feels a little bit more open, but just with this wall object enabled, it feels like a more closed, cohesive sort of mesh. Now, I'm going to turn this off for the rest of the video and look at the last two elements that this is comprised of. So let's start with the wire first and leave the blocks till last, because they're the most fun. So again, this was built up using only modifiers, and I can turn this one off and go into the modeling here. And you'll have the entire original stack in here as well, so you can play with it. And let's actually go over to the modifiers on the side here. So first of all, we start off with some subdivisions as we usually do. And let me turn on the wireframe here so we can see our result a little bit better. Then I'm going to use a solidify mainly just to thicken this up a little bit. And sure, the polygons here aren't perfect. I could have done this with an array and then there would have been sort of a better polygon flow. But in this case, I didn't really care because it was just the outside. And you know, you can get away with a lot because I knew this was going to be one of those sort of reflective tunnels with a whole bunch of cubes in them. Mainly because I want to put that effect in there so I could talk about it. And I just like I said, I just really like the look as well. So then using a vertex weight edit, again, with a mask texture, good old cell noise. At this point, you're probably kind of laughing at me for using the same thing over and over again. But yeah, if we turn this on and we use a displace, we get sort of a bit more of a technical pattern. Now in this case, it didn't do that much because it's still quite small, but mainly using it for a mask as well gives us sort of a nice broken up pattern. And if we move through this, I'll talk about the camera animation in just a second to get that kind of cool effect going. Again, I just decimated this out, and I think my original idea was to do more stuff with it, but I ended up just throwing a wireframe in there, and it's not even that high poly. I just wanted something else to break up sort of these cubes. As you can see, if we, I'm going to turn off the modeling here and just turn on the final wire. So that mesh again was just, all it was just converted to a mesh. So we have that wireframe just to kind of break up those cubes a little bit. So if we look at that final mesh here real quick, that's actually a particle emitter. And I'm going to turn off the wireframe again. And based sort of on the same mesh, same set of similar kind of modifiers here. The only difference is that if I turn off the particle system real quick here, I solidified this twice instead of once. So we get 4 layers of walls. So we get 4 layers of cubes running through it. And then again, a vertex weight edit to create our weight paint here with sort of a technical texture. So you can probably already guess which texture I used for it. Yes, once again, the cell noise distorted texture. And if we go back in object mode, I mask this out. And then in the particles, I kind of make sure to set them up where, as we did before, have them start and end at -1, have them have a really long lifetime, and then set the physics here to none. So just so that they stay in place and they don't actually do anything. And with that said, if we now go back in, if we just look at the cubes here, it's just one cube. And because I'm not looping them, or not looping this animation rather, what I can do in this case is use that object info node with the randomness. So if we look at these separately, now you can see each one of these cubes has a little variation between black and white. Then color ramp this set to constant so we get a nice little mask for our emission shader. And then really all I'm mixing is I'm just using some metallic cubes with a little bit of roughness so they reflect all their neighbors. And then you can see it's that same color ramp as up here. You can see it starts sort of at the same value, but I've split it into 2 again just to get some red and some blue. And then using an emission shader, which is mixed in with this principled. And it looks pretty decent. Again, I've sort of set this up before, so I don't want to be blasé about it because the first time it took me a while to figure it out. But now that I know how well all of this stuff interacts, it actually doesn't take all that long to set up. And you get a really nice effect. And now if I turn everything back on, you can see that wall really helps just kind of close it off. And that wire mesh just gives it tons of detail without really doing much. It just adds a little bit of extra lines and stuff into here and just really makes it a little bit more finished. So it's really those two objects playing off each other. And again, one of the main things that's sort of important if you look at the cube here, make sure that there's a bevel on there. And as you can see, as I turn this on and off, especially like around here, where there's some lights and other things, if you turn this off, how flat everything becomes. And just by beveling the edge of that cube, you get way more highlights and way more stuff lighting up. And it's just details galore, I guess you could say. So now for the animation part of this is dolly zoom, and you might have already heard of this before. So if you have, yeah, it's a really cool effect. Basically what you're doing is if I go into my camera, you can see 2 parameters are being animated. And the first one is the focal length. So the focal length is being animated from 50 millimeters to 35. And really what that's going to do, and again, I'm going to try and show this somewhat decently. So let me turn off the wireframe here. We can show this in solid view. So if I just delete the keyframes here, let's clear, yeah, single keyframe. There we go. As you play this, you can see it's basically just kind of zooming out. Really, that's all zooming is in normal camera work as well, is just changing our focal length. But if I do this here, because as I'm zooming out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to animate the camera actually moving in, and that gives this really interesting effect where the shading title sort of stays in the same place, but because we're changing our focal length and compensating with movement, it actually feels like the tunnel is sort of completely growing and changing shape, but there's absolutely no animation of the tunnel here. So it's a really cheap trick, but it works really well in stuff like this, and it just gives it so much depth, and that makes it look really, really nice and really interesting. So kind of an eye-catching effect, which has been used in film for many years, but works in CG nonetheless, which is always nice. And then this final light over here, which I hadn't really talked about yet, really all that's doing is just lighting up the mist. And that's, again, just to separate the title from the background a little bit. You can see without it, it sort of kind of fades away in the background. I'm just adding this in, knowing that I have mist in the world shader here with the principled volume. Just really adds to that effect and makes it look extra cool. So yeah, let's run over the compositing very quick again. But if you've seen the other titles so far, you'll see some of the same tricks here. So let me just render real quick. And again, these frames are just so fast to render, only a few seconds here and there. And once again, we start by adding in a vignette, just again to keep your eyes a bit more on the shading. Then, as I did before, which probably won't be super visible, just some noise in here, and overall just brightens everything up. And I keep saying noise, but actually it's grain. But again, that's just set up with the texture, which I talked about before in some of the other parts. And in this case, it looks like I turned the sharpen off and just softened it a little bit. Yeah, once again in the recording, might not be super visible, but I tend to use softening a fair amount in my work, just because it gets that really hard CG edge off everything. Now with Eevee, it's slightly less relevant because in the filter size here in the film, you're already rendering at like 1.5 pixels filter size, which is going to blur everything ever so slightly anyway. But yeah, just adding in a little bit towards the end in compositing can help as well. So yeah, that's the shading title done fairly quick. And now let's move on to the rendering one. And we've only got one more left after that one, I think. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. The rendering title probably took me a little bit longer to set up than the other examples. And mainly it was down to troubleshooting. And I want to take you through those steps a little bit. And really, again, the scene itself isn't extremely complex. It's just the way it's set up that kind of makes it look, kind of give it an interesting look. And there was an interesting problem to solve here, so I want to touch on that for sure. So again, let's just start with the text very briefly. Really same sort of idea where we have the two text objects and then one from the top and one from the bottom in this case. And again, looking at the shading, they're generally somewhat metallic shaders, so they reflect more than anything else. And having that from the top and the bottom, the lighting at least, you can see just kind of gives it an interesting line around the, or interesting edge around the text due to the bevels and the way we've set this up with the double text effect. So again, I'm glossing over the text a little bit because we've done this before, because I think the main sort of attraction of this scene is the background. And I'm just going to turn down my subdivisions a little bit on this one. And you can see this sort of twisted, swirling looking thing is probably the most interesting part of this scene. So I'll try and keep the viewport subdivisions up a little bit higher so we can see the final effect, but they do affect the final look quite a bit actually. Now there's an object in between here, which is just a circle with a really large bevel. So let's see, look at the displace. Oh yeah, I was using the displace to move it backwards because I was, for some reason, too lazy to move the object backwards. And it was still in the middle here, so I wanted to make sure, in case I'd maybe change the shape, I could mirror it out. Then really it's just a flat circle, so if I turn all this stuff off, it really just is a flat circle with a whole bunch of subdivisions though. This is fairly subdivided because I want it to be nice and smooth. Then then just displacing it backwards so I can control the solidify, kind of use the displace and the solidify together. Then beveling it out like crazy, and because this is now actually a double edge, I'm using the weld modifier just to bring these together. And if you look really close, you can kind of see the shading change a little bit. Maybe not on your screen, but you can kind of see it a little bit. And it's just to fix the shading to make sure that it's one nice mesh that's all welded together and looks good. So really that was just added between the text and the background just to give it a little bit more. And because of that bevel here, we get some nice reflections on the edge that make it feel just like there's something going on around here. It's some kind of weird black hole type thing. And obviously it's not a perfect like space black hole or anything, but it just gives a little bit more interaction with everything that's around it. And I kind of like that effect. So, and then finally, the sort of main star of the show here would be this background. So let's have a look at what we need to bring in here. And there's some forcing. I tried some stuff with particles that actually didn't end up to be needed. So those forces are completely unnecessary. So I'm just going to throw them out real quick. And the way this background is set up is, let's see, we've got the circle and we've got the background. And I think it's just these two objects. There we go. Actually, it's one more. So let me go back in. The displace, the mask, it's two more. So background and lattice. There we go. So these four objects make sort of this background. And I'll take you through it step by step and show you why I set it up the way I did. Again, this first displace is just to push it backward. I didn't know where I was going yet, so I wanted to make sure I had a little control in there to push it back. And the second is just a subsurf. So if we turn off the optimal display, you'll see it's just subsurfed like crazy. Set this simple so we don't get any weird edges. So we're just subdividing it down in a very normal, simple fashion. Now, the second thing I set up on this is a mask. And the reason I set this up is I kind of wanted to have, let me turn on the subsurf here. I kind of wanted to have sort of displacement, but I didn't want it to reach the edges or maybe fall off towards the edges. And to control this is just a blend texture, which is a gradient basically. And I've just color ramped it so you can see as we change this color ramp, we kind of change the texture, or the weight paint rather. And to control this, we've just got one big object. And in this case, I just created a spherical empty. So if you go into empty, you can go and select the sphere just to visualize a little bit better and kind of know the edges of my mask in 3D space a little bit better. So when we turn on the displace just has a texture in it. And as you can see, we can flip this mask around or we can take it away altogether. And if we look at the effect here, let's go back out to the rest of our scene. This is sort of what it looks like without the mask, and just adding that in gives it a nice sort of fall off towards the edges, again leading your eye a bit more towards the middle. And you can see the more sort of subdivisions I put in this, the more pronounced the effect is because there's more geometry to calculate from. And did I need 5 subdivisions? Maybe I could have gotten away with 4, but it's fine nonetheless. I'll leave it to 4 now just so it stays a bit more performant. And let's go back in and focus on this object. So let's grab this, and then I need the control.displace. There we go. And really the displace itself, so we're using the vertex group here to control the fall off, and then we're only pushing in the Y direction because I only want this to push forwards or backwards. I didn't want this affecting any other direction. Now it's a flat plane, so technically it's the same as setting it to normal. And I think, yeah, outside of the fact that the normal is pushing out the other direction, if we set this to Y, it's basically the same thing because it's a flat plane. I've just gotten used to pushing it in and out on one axis. But you could, like I said, set it to normal in this case would be fine as well. And sort of the second idea is that I want this to not only move, so I again use an empty just with those frame drivers. So I'm pushing it backwards on the Y-axis into the depth of the scene, and that sort of makes the texture kind of grow and evolve over it, as you can see. And then adding in just a little bit of rotation as well. It just rotates that entire texture. It makes it look a little bit more dynamic. And now what I wanted to do is actually make this twist and make it look a bit more interesting. And I did this with a lattice, and you might you might think, well, there's probably an easier way to do this with the surface deform. And this is actually a really great example over why a lattice works a little bit better than a surface deform. So actually, and surface deform is wrong. I meant simple deform, obviously. So simple deform, where are you? There we go. And we could set the twist to Y and the angle maybe to 180 degrees. And we could even set this to mask. And you can see, and I really overdid this just to show you the difference between the two. So in this case, and maybe let's just do this to 90 degrees. Okay, for some reason this works a little bit better. Anyway, I'm not too bothered about it. We might have to set up a custom axis to make this work perfectly. But the only thing I really wanted to show is if you put a simple deform after deformation modifiers like a displace, because the sort of volume and bounding box of your object changes, you can see the simple deform gets calculated differently every time. So it kind of gets this weird stuttery effect. And if you're doing something glitchy, then great, it's free glitch. But in this case, it didn't work out quite as well, which is basically why I ended up using a lattice instead. And you can see we get that same twisted sort of feel, but we get none of the weird distortion that we're getting from the and the glitching that we're getting from the simple deform. So really this lattice, all it's done is just rotate it on the y-axis, and you can see the further I go with this, the more pronounced the effect is. But again, sometimes it's kind of choosing the right deformer method to make sure that the mesh still keeps some of its topology somewhat decently and it's not freaking out completely. And then finally, I just add in a smooth just to add in those, just to take away some of those really jagged edges and smooth out the mesh a little bit. And outside of those two lights that we had at the top and the bottom of the text here, the only other light in the scene is nicely hidden behind the circle and is just pointing straight at the background here. And if we look at the shader for the background really quick, all it is just a metallic shader with a little bit of roughness, and that's really going to reflect that big circular light behind that circle here nicely. And that gives us our final effect to where when we push the camera back, or pull the camera back rather, you can see, and I'm just going to show this in solid view, you can see we get this really interesting, almost maelstrom-like effect. But we didn't have to do any simulation or anything like that. We just set it up with a few modifiers and some smart shading, and that gives us almost a watery, interesting looking effect. And again, I set this up, it took a little bit longer than the previous three titles, but again, within maybe an hour or two, this was set up and almost ready to render. So for the final sort of render compositing stuff, I don't think there's that much different than the other things going on. So let's have a look at it. Oh yeah, and this one doesn't actually have any post-production on it outside of a little bit of sharpening and softening, which we've gone over before. So this one actually comes pretty much straight out of Eevee. And yeah, like I said, I really like this stuff. And because we're not dealing with simulations and anything, we can always go back and mess around with this, try different texture, try different animation. And because this is all just one mesh and a couple of other basic objects, this renders really quick. So 3 seconds per frame. Again, really nice. And all of this stuff is really easily upscalable to 4K and that kind of thing. It's just probably a case of adding in a subdivision and maybe tweaking your texture a little bit and things like that. So yeah, outside of the camera animating backwards, which I think I mentioned a little bit. So yeah, it just pushes backward, and then the text pushes backward a little bit as well. You just get a little bit more separation with the background. So the text moves slightly slower than the camera, I believe. It just gives it a little bit more. So yeah, that's it for the rendering title. Let's move on to the final one here, the main one, the RTMG one with the 4 letters, which combines a lot of the effects we've seen. But just in case you want to go a little bit further with the text, kind of shows you how it broke it up. So yeah, let's switch over to that one. And so for our final example, I just want to talk about the RTMG title. And this one is a little bit more focused around the text rather than the background. So I want to talk about the background really quick. And really all this is just, once again, a texture, or sorry, a mesh with a displace. And there's still a decimate modifier on here. I was trying stuff and it's not really necessary, so we can throw it out. And there's not even any vertex weights or anything going on. It's just a very simple plane, subdivided plane with a displacement texture in the displace modifier. And the displace modifier is being controlled by this object, which scales up. And I think that's the only thing it does. Yeah, really all it does is scale up. But from the camera view, it makes for kind of a compelling looking background, because I've left the shading set to flat, which means we get all like this faceted kind of look. And if we turn everything off, outside of the lighting, this really helps. I've just kind of ramped up the speed of it as the lights come on in the final title here. So it's kind of a cool effect, and again, fairly simple to set up. And because this is let's look at the shading here, just a metallic shader with a fair bit of roughness. It just reacts to the lights that are in the scene. So most of the lights, there's actually nothing kind of pointing at this background object. It's all sort of reflecting what the text is doing here. And you can see that very, very clearly. For example, if we look at this, and this is sort of, I guess, a limitation of real-time reflections. But if I turn off the title here, you can actually see it's just kind of reflecting it, which technically kind of is correct, kind of isn't, but you don't really see it in the final result. The final result looks pretty cool, so it doesn't really matter. And let's actually take this background away and focus a little bit on these letters first. So I'm just going to hide the background here and turn everything back on. So in this case, what I did before with some of the other letters was go into the character spacing and animate that. But because I had a texture on here, if I were to use object coordinates for the texture, as this text would have moved out if all of the letters were in the text object together, this texture would have sort of slid over it as it would have stayed in place, because the object coordinates would be calculated with the sort of origin point, which means as the mesh slides around within the object itself, but the origin point stays stationary, you'll get sort of weird sliding on the textures, and that's what I wanted to avoid. So in this case, what I did was actually separate each one of these out and then just use object coordinates, and that way by themselves they'll look just fine. And again, let's actually look at that shader. So it seems like there's a lot going on here, but it's really just broken down into two parts. So I'll start with the first one here. So if we look at the R, you can see, and I duplicated this a couple of times for the different texts, just so we get, so I could put some variation in the texture coordinates if I wanted to. But really, I could have probably done that with the random out of the object info node, but in this case I just did it separately with some separate textures. It was quicker that way, and I got a little bit more control. So yeah, so let's have a look at the space texture and what that's made up out of. So it starts with a wave texture that has some distortion and stuff applied. So you can see I bring this sort of in and distort it, and this is really scaled up on one axis to sort of get that effect where it's stretched out. I could have probably done the same thing on the inside here, but it's not super visible on the bevels of the text, so that's a good thing. And then using that, I just bring it in and kind of recurve it a little bit with a color ramp here, and that's put into the base color. And when we bring this in, and actually this is a separate one, I'm going to turn this off for a second so we're looking at the shader itself. Oh, it was a bit quick there, so let me take out this displacement. There we go. So if we just look at the shader, it also has some bump applied. So as I turn the bump off here, you can kind of see the color and the fact that it's metallic. And with that bump, even though the roughness is the same, we get that sort of kind of scratched or whatever, like special finished metal. And again, here you can see I could have maybe cleaned this up a little bit, but from here you don't really see it. It kind of gives a more interesting edge as well. So those two are basically mixed together, and let's have a look at that shader or that texture that mixes them in. So really all this is just a Musgrave and a noise texture mixed together. So if I turn off the multiply, this is the Musgrave. If I turn this back on, the noise will just sort of break it up a little bit, and the effect is quite subtle, so it's not really super necessary maybe in this case, but it just helped to bring that in. And again, these are all set to object, so they stay the same as long as the mesh doesn't slide away from the origin point at any point, which is fine. And basically use that to mix two textures together. And that second one, if we bring this in, all this really is just a very sort of rough texture with a little bit of coloring in here, and the color sort of depends on this noise as well. And when we bring this in and we layer these together, because they have different bump values, you can kind of see it negates the bump from the texture under it. It's not perfect, but it does work quite well in this situation. And then I use this same mask to mix them together with in a displacement, and that will affect both shaders. So they'll actually, the bottom one will get it added in as well. And if we look at it here real quick, you can see sort of there's roughness around the rust, I guess, if you want to call it. So it just blends in a little bit more. It gives you like rough patches in the metal and then extra rough patches on. I guess we can call rust. It's very artistic interpretation of rust. It's not perfect, but for this case, it worked just fine. So that shader was, again, fairly quick to set up. Take a look at it in your own time and just kind of pull it apart if you want to. But all four of these are basically the same. And then the outside here, very simple shader once again. All it really is a just a metallic shader with a little bit of roughness, and that's where the lighting really comes in. So you can see here from the back, there's really a lot going on with lighting, and I want to talk about that a little bit. So to get text to look kind of cool, you could do so much fun stuff with all these smaller lights and control different parts. So what I want to do is just kind of turn all of these off and talk about each one separately. And let's start with the bottom one, which is arguably one of the cooler ones in there. And just having this set up at the bottom here, as you can see, all it's doing is lighting it up from the back, but because we're looking at it from the front, we kind of get a nice little glow around it. And with all of these, it was testing whether custom shadows did or didn't work in my favor. So let's see if I enabled it on any of the ones. Now there's another one which is just highlighting the sort of the back here. I just wanted an extra highlight sort of at the top of the letters, and especially if we turn on the top light as well, that kind of just adds into it. So I have a really bright top light and just another highlight to bring in stuff like the sort of the opening in the R here and some of that stuff in the G here. And then if we turn on the slide lighting, this one is the one that actually controls the effect of the text fading in. So this starts sort of a bit further back and with a power of 0, or at least that's supposed to be 0. And as I move it up, you'll see it sort of animates up, and it also slides in a little bit further, I believe. Here we go. See, sort of move up, and there's a little bit of curve on this animation. And this is one of those projects where I definitely went in and tweaked the animation quite a bit. So let's hit home here. There we go. And if we just select everything, now you can see in this case, there's quite a bit of animation going on in this scene. And it's just a lot of subtle touches. So first, I guess, yeah, I hope I didn't gloss over the lighting too much, but really I just add in all these lights to get all the different sort of bits lit up. So let's talk a little bit about the animation in this as well. So outside of the background controller moving, there's some other stuff going on as well. So the camera's moving in this case, because I kind of want the text to become a little bit bigger. And we're basically animating all of our lights. So you can see, hopefully, now if we go to the light, pretty much all of the lights that are in here have their power animated. So at the start of the scene, these are all set to 0. Or almost 0. So when I'm animating stuff, I tend to kind of grab a lot of keyframes and scale them in and out. So this is why it's set almost to 0, but it doesn't really make a difference for this particular application. But you can see they all sort of start at 0 and they get animated up as time progresses. There's just a bit of a curve on there just to kind of make the transition a little bit more gradual. And as the sort of the camera pushes in and the letters become visible, I start pushing them out as well. So this is what I was talking about, where I would normally just animate the character spacing, but because we were dealing with object sort of object-based coordinates for our textures, we couldn't do it. Otherwise, the texture would stay in place while the letters were moving, and that looked kind of odd. So I had to separate each one of these out, and they're just parented to a main controller here that moves all the letters around, and then each one of these sort of inside and outside meshes. So each one of these is 2 meshes again, is parented to its own letter controller. So you can see as I move that around, those letter controllers are then moved parented to the main controller, just so I don't have to animate 2 objects for each letter, but 1 instead of 2. And it just gives me that little bit more control. That way I'm able to space them out quite nicely and get the sort of the spacing between the letters perfect. And yeah, so they're animated out. As you can see, the letters kind of start moving outwards a little bit more towards the end of the shot. And it's just to kind of add in that effect a little bit. And now we turn on the background again. You can see as all of that stuff animates out and the lights come up, just gives it a really nice effect. And the very same thing with the titles at the bottom here. This is actually just an animated shader. So if you look at this, oh, there we go. It's just a transparent shader which is being mixed with an emission shader, and all I'm doing is just animating the mix. As you can see, it sort of comes up. The only sort of hack I had to do here is to get this text to actually look non-blurry with this amount of depth of field in Eevee. What I had to do is, if I just put in the text object, and this is just a text object by itself, you can see because these letters are so fine and small, Eevee actually has quite a hard time to kind of not apply depth of field to this. So what I did, and I found this out while I was creating this, I just added in a second text object, which is black, which is right behind it. And I don't know if you'll even be able to see it on the recording. I'm going to try and zoom in as close as I can. Maybe turn around a little bit. So as you can see or not see, where are we? You can see these are so close together, and it's really just to add in to control that effect. Come on. To hunt for this. So yeah, it's very subtle, but basically there's just a black text object behind this, or even just a shaderless, it seems. So but as I enable this, because the depth of field has a second object right behind it to be able to calculate it correctly, now we get the proper depth of field because it's under the text. It's sort of in the same place as the text and the focal range. So if you have issues with really tiny objects like text not rendering correctly, if you're sort of overdoing background blur, that's actually a neat little trick to get it to work. And it is definitely a workaround more than anything else, but it works nonetheless. And in this case, it worked out quite nice. So there you see the animation again. And yeah, this one took a little bit longer to set up, merely because I had to kind of pull the letters apart, and it took me a little while to find that trick to make sure that the text didn't look weird. But other than that, again, it's a very fun little project. And let me go to the compositor here just to look at the final bit of compositing that's going on. And yeah, we're pretty much done. So let's actually render a frame. There we go. And we saw the composite really quick there. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger just so we can see it a bit better. So in this case, I've actually got an extra glare going on here. But rather than using the fog glow that we used before, I'll take you through the process here. So the first thing I do is actually I grab the image and I blur it out a little bit. And the reason for that is I want this glow to be a little bit softer. Sometimes it can have sort of hard edges, and just pre-blurring the image that you're inputting into it can really help. So if I now look at this glow, you can see if I turn off the blur, you can see how sort of edgy and straight it looks. And if I turn on the blur, it just blurs it out, and that pre-blur gives it just a little bit of a softer looking feel. You could probably put the blur after the glare as well. But in this case, normally we'd been using fog glow at this point, but I really like the streaks one as well. And again, with the mix set to 1, normally it's set to 0. Normally you just get the full image, but with the mix set to 1, we just get the image so we can composite it over afterwards. But in this case, by default, these streaks are set to 4. And while they look cool and all, and this might have actually worked even. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's not super noticeable, but if we just change this back to 2, You can see I just wanted this extra little line at the top of the text because I knew it was really bright and I just wanted to add it in there. And as you play with things like the color modulation, if you bring this back down, this looks like a bit normal, sort of a streaky blur, but really like this color modulation slider, which kind of adds a little bit of color fringing into it. And then to control sort of the length of this, you can play with the fade as well. So you can see if I bring it down, they don't get quite as long. As I bring this up, they kind of more pronounced. And again, it's just a case of playing around with it. And then so let's look at the output of this. Just adding that in just gives it a little bit more extra, makes it look a bit more cool, and that's really all we're trying to do most of the time. Then again, I'm adding in lens distortion, and I think as with the shading title example, as you can see, if I like go from the first to the last frame here, that lens distortion is animated as well, just as the text kind of shows up. Maybe the fringing sort of gets a little bit more extreme on the sides, and it just gives you a really nice feeling that you're kind of getting sucked into the text and really pushes it forward. Then I think here what we're adding in is grain. So as we go through the steps here and I turn this on and off, you'll actually be able to see this one in the recording a lot better. So you can see, I just really like the way this looks. Again, if we look at the overall image, you can see it kind of brings it up quite a bit and gives it a bit of a flatter look, but in this case I quite like that. And this noise texture, as I've said before, it changes every frame. So if I were to just even change a frame, we don't have to re-render the composite, but as it sort of recalculates it, this is going to change every frame rather, and kind of make it look like it's been through a camera or something. And then as a final step, just a little bit of softening and sharpening. So actually, let's turn this on. And again, you can see sort of the maybe turn off the soften here. You can see the sharpen in action, and this really does do horrible things to over bright color. So yeah, in this case I might have overdone it a little bit, but again, softening that a little bit just kind of removes it, but there's still, I guess, artifacts going on. So it's just a personal thing. I really like the way that looks, but again, it's up to you. The thing I'm trying to emulate with this is the way sort of a DSLR applies a sharpening filter as you take pictures. So I'm just kind of looking at real world behaviors of certain things and trying to mimic those. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. Again, I would take a look at. I would advise you to take a look at the final scene and pull it apart, and play around with it, and look at the different elements. But this gives you a really nice overview of how this works. And there's a bit more manual animation in this. Again, if I just select everything, you can see. This took a fair amount of time as well, just trying to find the right sort of values in the keyframing, which is, yeah, something that we didn't really talk about much in this course, but I assume that most people would know sort of how to animate a little bit. So I wanted to mainly focus on ways to do it quickly and easily. But for this particular one, I actually animated it out manually. And you can see the results of that, where it just sort of, as the lights come up, you could sort of feel the background push in, and then that lens distortion kicks in and kind of fringes it out. And it's just all these little elements that come together to make the final image that maybe aren't visible that much on their own, but they combined, they sort of add to the final effect, which is quite nice. So yeah, with that said, this is probably the last video in the course unless something dramatic changes before I publish it. And if that's the case, I just want to take a moment and say thanks. If you bought the course and you've enjoyed it, yeah, I really just want to say thanks for supporting the course, and I really hope that you did like it. And this will allow me to do more stuff in the future. So if you create anything with the knowledge that you've gained from this course, please let me know. I'd love to see your results. Yeah, anything that you might want to ask me or whatever, you know where to find me on social media. That should all be included as well. So yeah, again, just to kind of end this, it's weird. It was a lot of recording for me, but I just want to say, thank you, and I really hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, we'll see each other online at a conference or whatever in the future, maybe. So with that, this is me, and for once, it's not time to move on to the next video. So yeah, goodbye.